Section 106 of Italy, France, Spain and Portugal. Read for LibriVox.org by Hypatia. Columbus at the Court of Spain by Vacslav Brozik, Bohemian artist, 1851 to 1901. Painting page 482. Columbus had appealed to Spain for help to cross the Atlantic with its mysterious dangers and to search for the shores of China. Wars with the Moors had exhausted the Spanish treasury, and he started to leave the country. Then came his well-known call at the convent of La Rabida, and the letter of the prior to Queen Isabella, to whom he had formerly been confessor. Her enthusiasm was aroused. "I will undertake the enterprise for my own crown of Castile," she declared, "and I will pledge my jewels to raise the necessary funds." In the familiar painting here reproduced, the central figure is that of Columbus as he stands explaining his plans and pointing far away to the west. The learned counsellors are present. Everyone is listening, but one or two with a shadow of doubt or of jealousy on their faces. Some are not looking at Columbus, but are watching closely the face of the Queen. It is to her that Columbus speaks. He has forgotten that anyone else is present. She leans forward from a richly carven chair, anxious to hear every word. Her delicately featured, intellectual face is full of eagerness and interest. Attendants are bringing in caskets of jewels, and on the table lies the contract to be signed by Ferdinand and Columbus, which makes possible not a visit to Cathay, but the discovery of a new world. End of section 106. This recording is in the public domain.
Section number 107 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Santoni. The World's Story, Volume 5. Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 107. The Return of Columbus, 1493, by Washington Irving. The fame of his discovery had resounded throughout the nation, and as his route lay through several of the finest and most populous provinces of Spain, his journey appeared like the progress of a sovereign. Wherever he passed, the country poured forth its inhabitants, who lined the road and thronged the villages. The streets, windows, and balconies of the towns were filled with eager spectators, who rent the air with acclamations. His journey was continually impeded by the multitude pressing to gain a sight of him and of the Indians, who were regarded with as much astonishment as if they had been natives of another planet. It was impossible to satisfy the craving curiosity which assailed him and his attendants at every stage with innumerable questions. Popular rumor, as usual, had exaggerated the truth, and had filled the newly found country with all kinds of wonders. About the middle of April, Columbus arrived at Barcelona, where every preparation had been made to give him a solemn and magnificent reception. The beauty and serenity of the weather, in that genial season and favored climate, contributed to give splendor to this memorable ceremony. As he drew near the place, many of the youthful courtiers and hidalgos, together with a vast concourse of the populace, came forth to meet and welcome him. His entrance into this noble city has been compared to one of those triumphs which the Romans were accustomed to decree to conquerors. First were paraded the Indians, painted according to their savage fashion, and decorated with their national ornaments of gold. After these were borne various kinds of live parrots, together with stuffed birds and animals of unknown species, and rare plants supposed to be of precious qualities, while great care was taken to make a conspicuous display of Indian coronets, bracelets, and other decorations of gold, which might give an idea of the wealth of the newly discovered regions. After this followed Columbus on horseback, surrounded by a brilliant cavalcade of Spanish chivalry. The streets were almost impassable from the countless multitude. The windows and balconies were crowded with the fair. The very roofs were covered with spectators. It seemed as if the public eye could not be sated with gazing on these trophies of an unknown world, or on the remarkable man by whom it had been discovered. There was a sublimity in this event that mingled a solemn feeling with the public joy. It was looked upon as a vast and signal dispensation of Providence in reward for the piety of the monarchs, and the majestic and venerable appearance of the discoverer, so different from the youth and buoyancy generally expected from roving enterprise, seemed in harmony with the grandeur and dignity of his achievement. To receive him with suitable pomp and distinction, the sovereigns had ordered their throne to be placed in public under a rich canopy of brocade of gold, in a vast and splendid saloon. Here the king and queen awaited his arrival, seated in state, with the Prince Juan beside them, and attended by the dignitaries of their court and the principal nobility of Castile, Valencia, Catalonia, and Aragon, all impatient to behold the man who had conferred so incalculable a benefit upon the nation. At length Columbus entered the hall, surrounded by a brilliant crowd of cavaliers, among whom, says Las Casas, he was conspicuous for his stately and commanding person, which with his countenance, rendered venerable by gray hairs, gave him the august appearance of a senator of Rome. A modest smile lighted up his features, showing that he enjoyed the state and glory in which he came. And certainly nothing could be more deeply moving to a mind inflamed by noble ambition, and conscious of having greatly deserved, than these testimonials of the admiration and gratitude of a nation, or rather of a world. As Columbus approached, the sovereign rose, as if receiving a person of the highest rank. Bending his knees, he offered to kiss their hands, but there was some hesitation on their part to permit this act of homage. Raising him in the most gracious manner, they ordered him to seat himself in their presence, a rare honor in this proud and punctilious court. At their request, he now gave an account of the most striking events of his voyage, and a description of the islands discovered. He displayed specimens of unknown birds and other animals, of rare plants of medicinal and aromatic virtues, of native gold and dust, in crude masses or labored into barbaric ornaments, and, above all, the natives of these countries, who were objects of intense and inexhaustible interest. All these, he pronounced, were harbingers of great discoveries yet to be made, which would add realms of incalculable wealth to the dominions of their majesties, and whole nations of proselytes to the true faith. When he had finished, the sovereigns sank on their knees, and raising their clasped hands to heaven, their eyes filled with tears of joy and gratitude, poured forth thanks and praises to God for so great a providence. All present followed their example. A deep and solemn enthusiasm pervaded that splendid assembly, and prevented all common acclamations of triumph. The anthem, Te Deum Laudamus, chanted by the choir of the Royal Chapel, with the accompaniment of instruments, rose in a full body of sacred harmony, bearing up, as it were, the feelings and thoughts of the auditors to heaven, so that, says the venerable Las Casas, it seemed as if in that hour they communicated with celestial delights. Such was the solemn and pious manner in which the brilliant court of Spain celebrated the sublime event, offering up a grateful tribute of melody and praise, and giving glory to God for the discovery of another world. End of section 107.
Section 108 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Read for LibriVox.org by Hypatia. Spain, Part III. Spain at the height of her power. Historical note. When Philip II was on the throne of Spain in the middle of the 16th century, he ruled over more than 100 million persons. Philip was sovereign not only of Spain but also of the Netherlands. He married Mary Tudor of England, hoping to secure the English throne, and he became King of Portugal by conquest. Vast amounts of gold and silver were pouring into the country from the Spanish colonies in America. Nevertheless, in all his greatness, there were elements of decline. Philip expelled the Moors from Spain, and it is thought that more than 500,000 of industrious, intelligent people were thus driven from the land, and the loss of the labour and ability of the Moors and Jews was a serious loss to the kingdom. His bitter contest with the northern Netherlands resulted in the freedom of that country. He sent out, in 1588, the Invincible Armada in the determination to conquer England, and this was a complete failure. Spain was rich and powerful, but her decline was at hand. End of section 108. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 109 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 5, Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 109, The First Voyage Around the World, by Eva March Tappan. When the year 1519 had come, people knew much more about the world than had been known 30 years earlier. Other voyagers had followed Columbus. Vasco da Gama had sailed around Africa and shown that it was quite possible to reach India by that method. Several other bold mariners had crossed the Atlantic and explored different parts of the American coast. Balboa had crossed the Isthmus of Darien and had seen the Pacific Ocean. It was known, therefore, that there was land from Labrador to Brazil, but no one guessed how far to the west it extended. Most people thought that the islands visited by Columbus, and probably the lands north of them, lay off the coast of China. No one had been around South America, but even those who thought it be a great mass of land supposed that somewhere there was a strait leading through it to the Chinese waters. No one guessed that the wide Pacific Ocean lay between this land and China, for no one had yet carried out Columbus's plan of reaching India by sailing west. This, however, was just what a bold navigator named Ferdinand Magellan was hoping to do. He was a Portuguese, but his own king would not send out the expedition he was planning. Therefore, he entered the service of the King of Spain. This daring sailor did not know any better than others how far South America might extend to the southward, but he promised the king that he would follow the coast until he came to some strait that led through the land to the Chinese seas. He was not going merely to make discoveries. He meant to bring home whole shiploads of spices. He knew how cheaply they could be bought of the natives, and he expected to make fortunes for the king and for himself. No one knew how long the voyage would take, but the ships were provisioned for 2 years. They carried also all kinds of weapons and vast quantities of bells and knives and red cloth and small looking-glasses. The vessels crossed the Atlantic and sailed into the mouth of the Rio de la Plata. Then everyone was hopeful. This must be a strait, they thought, and we are almost at journey's end. They sailed cheerfully upstream for 2 days. Then their hopes fell, for the water grew more fresh every hour, and therefore they knew that they were in a river. So they turned back and continued their voyage along the coast. By and by they came to another opening. This might be the passage, and Magellan sent 2 of the ships to explore it. When they returned, there was rejoicing indeed, for the captains reported that at last a deep channel had been found. This was surely the passage to the seas of China. But the ships were shattered, and food was scanty. Since the passage had been found, why not return to Spain? The following season they could set out with new, strong vessels and a good supply of food. So said some of the captains and pilots, but others felt the hardest part of the voyage was over. China must be close at hand, and they might just as well go home with shiploads of cloves and other spices. On Magellan went, through the straits afterward named for him, into the calm blue ocean, so quiet that he called it the Pacific. He sailed on and on. When he entered this ocean, he had food for only 3 months, and 2 months had passed. Now the explorers had no choice about turning back, for they had no provisions for a homeward voyage, and their only hope was that by keeping on they might come to the shores of India. At length they did reach a little island, but it had neither water nor fruit. They came to a group of islands, and these they named the Ladrones, or Thieves' Islands, because the natives stole everything they could lay their hands upon. Then they landed at the Philippines, and here was plenty of fruit, oranges, bananas, and coconuts. They were now in the land of cloves, but unfortunately Magellan agreed to help one native chief against his enemies, and in the fighting that followed he was slain. The little fleet had at first consisted of 5 vessels, but one had deserted, and one had been wrecked, one had been burned as unseaworthy, and one had fallen into the hands of the Portuguese. The Victoria, the only one that remained, pressed on to the Moluccas, and when she sailed away, she had such a cargo as no vessel had brought before, for besides all that the men had brought for themselves, she carried 26 tons of cloves. From some of the other islands they took ginger and sandalwood. Then they crossed the Indian Ocean and rounded Africa. They stopped to buy food at the Cape Verde Islands, and here they were astounded to find that while they called the day Wednesday, the people on the islands called it Thursday. They had traveled west with the sun, and so had lost a day. At length they reached Spain, and there they received a royal reception. After Magellan's death, Sebastian d'Elcano had become captain. The courage and perseverance that had made the voyage possible belonged to Magellan, but he was dead, and the rewards went to d'Elcano. He was made a noble, and for a coat of arms he was given a globe with the motto, "You first encompassed me." End of section 109.
Section number 110 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The World Story, Volume 5. Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 110. The Abdication of Charles, 1556. By William H. Prescott. Joanna, daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, married Philip, son of the Emperor Maximilian of Germany. Philip died and Joanna became insane. Their son, Charles I, was then heir through his mother to the whole Spanish peninsula except Portugal, to the kingdom of Naples, which Ferdinand had conquered, and to vast possessions in the New World. Through his father, he was ruler of the Netherlands. When he was 19, Maximilian died. Both Charles and Francis I of France wished to be chosen Emperor of Germany. Charles was a successful candidate. He was, therefore, Charles I of Spain, but Charles V of Germany. Between him and the disappointed Francis there was continual warfare. In 1556, after Charles had been on the throne for 37 years, he decided to spend the rest of his life in a monastery. The Editor. Preparations were then made for conducting the ceremony of abdication with all the pomp and solemnity suited to so august an occasion. The great hall of the royal palace of Brussels was selected for the scene of it. The walls of the spacious apartment were hung with tapestry, and the floor was covered with rich carpeting. A scaffold was erected at one end of the room, to the height of 6 or 7 steps. On it was placed a throne, or chair of state, for the emperor, with other seats for Philip and the great Flemish lords who were to attend the person of their sovereign. Above the throne was suspended a gorgeous canopy, on which were emblazoned the arms of the ducal house of Burgundy. In front of the scaffolding, accommodations were provided for the deputies of the provinces, who were to be seated on benches arranged according to their respective rights of precedence. On the 25th of October, the day fixed for the ceremony, Charles V executed an instrument by which he ceded to his son the sovereignty of Flanders. Mass was then performed, and the Emperor, accompanied by Philip and a numerous retinue, proceeded in state to the great hall, where the deputies were already assembled. Charles was, at this time, in the 56th year of his age. His form was slightly bent, but it was by disease more than by time, and on his countenance might be traced the marks of anxiety and rough exposure. Yet it still wore that majesty of expression so conspicuous in his portraits by the inimitable pencil of Titian. His hair, once of a light color, approaching to yellow, had begun to turn before he was 40, and, as well as his beard, was now gray. His forehead was broad and expansive, his nose aquiline. His blue eyes and fair complexion intimated his Teutonic descent. The only feature in his countenance decidedly bad was his lower jaw, protruding with its thick, heavy lip, so characteristic of the physiognomies of the Austrian dynasty. In stature he was about the middle height. His limbs were strongly knit, and once well formed, though now the extremities were sadly distorted by disease. The Emperor leaned for support on a staff with one hand, while with the other he rested on the arm of William of Orange, who, then young, was destined at a later day to become the most formidable enemy of his house. The brave demeanor of Charles was rendered still more impressive by his dress, for he was in mourning for his mother, and the sable hue of his attire was relieved only by a single ornament, the superb collar of the Golden Fleece, which hung from his neck. Behind the Emperor came Philip, the heir of his vast dominions. He was of a middle height, of much the same proportions as his father, whom he resembled also in his lineaments, except that those of the son wore a more sombre and perhaps a sinister expression, while there was a reserve in his manner, in spite of his efforts to the contrary, as if he would shroud his thoughts from observation. The magnificence of his dress corresponded with his royal station, and formed a contrast to that of his father, who was quitting the pomp and grandeur of the world, on which the son was about to enter. Next to Philip came Mary, the Emperor's sister, formerly Queen of Hungary. She had filled the post of regent of the Low Countries for nearly 20 years, and now welcomed the hour when she was to resign the burden of sovereignty to her nephew, and withdraw, like her imperial brother, into private life. Another sister of Charles, Eleanor, widow of the French king, Francis I, also took part in the ceremonies, previous to her departure for Spain, whither she was to accompany the Emperor. After these members of the imperial family came the nobility of the Netherlands, the Knights of the Golden Fleece, the royal councilors, and the great officers of the household, all splendidly attired in their robes of state, and proudly displaying the insignia of their orders. When the emperor had mounted his throne, with Philip on his right hand, the regent Mary on his left, and the rest of his retinue disposed along the seats prepared for them on the platform, the president of the Council of Flanders addressed the assembly. He briefly explained the object for which they had been summoned, and the motives which had induced their master to abdicate the throne, and he concluded by requiring them, in their sovereign's name, to transfer their allegiance from himself to Philip, his son and rightful heir. After a pause, Charles rose to address a few parting words to his subjects. He stood with apparent difficulty and rested his right hand on the shoulder of the Prince of Orange, intimating by this preference on so distinguished an occasion the high favor in which he held the young nobleman. In the other hand he held a paper containing some hints for his discourse, and occasionally cast his eyes upon it to refresh his memory. He spoke in the French language. In this last address to his people, Charles reviewed briefly the history of his reign, and begged for the forgiveness of any of his subjects whom he might have unintentionally injured. While the emperor was speaking, a breathless silence pervaded the whole audience. Charles had ever been dear to the people of the Netherlands, the land of his birth. They took a national pride in his achievements, and felt that his glory reflected a peculiar lustre on themselves. As they now gazed for the last time on that revered form, and listened to the parting admonitions from his lips, they were deeply affected, and not a dry eye was to be seen in the assembly. After a short interval, Charles, turning to Philip, who, in an attitude of deep respect, stood awaiting his commands, thus addressed him: "If the vast possessions which are now bestowed upon you had come by inheritance, there would be abundant cause for gratitude. How much more, when they come as a free gift, in the lifetime of your father! But however large the debt, I shall consider it all repaid, if you only discharged your duty to your subjects. So rule over them that men shall commend, and not censure me for the part I am now acting. Go on as you have begun. Fear God, live justly, respect the laws, above all, cherish the interests of religion, and may the Almighty bless you with a son, to whom, when old and stricken with disease, you may be able to resign your kingdom with the same good will with which I now resign mine to you." As he ceased, Philip, much affected, would have thrown himself at his father's feet, assuring him of his intention to do all in his power to merit such goodness; but Charles, raising his son, tenderly embraced him, while the tears flowed fast down his cheeks. Every one, even the most stoical, was touched by this affecting scene, and "nothing," says one who was present, "was to be heard, throughout the hall, but sobs and ill suppressed moans." Charles, exhausted by his efforts, and deadly pale, sank back upon his seat, while with feeble accents he exclaimed, as he gazed on his people, "God bless you! God bless you!" End of section 110. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 111 of Italy, France, Spain and Portugal. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The Escurial by Théophile Gautier, translated by C.F. Bates. On St. Lawrence Day, August 10th of 1557, Philip II was battling with the French at Saint-Quentin. He vowed that if he won the victory, he would rear a building in honour of the saint. The magnificent structure of the Escurial, or Escorial, is the fulfilment of his vow. This contains a church, a monastery, and a palace, also a mausoleum in which the Spanish sovereigns are buried. The Editor. Set as a challenge at the mountain's side, afar the dark Escurial is descried, 300 feet from earth uplifting thus, on its colossal shoulder firmly braced, huge elephant the cupola defaced, granite debauch of Spain's Tiberius. Old Pharaoh built not for his mummy's tomb, on mountain-side a thing of greater gloom. The desert Sphinx hath seen no more unrest. In chimney-tops the stork is sleeping now. Through all the abandoned courts the grasses grow, of monks, priests, soldiers, courtiers, dispossessed. All would seem dead, but that from everything, niche, cornice, fronton, hand of sculptured king, the flocks of swallows constant flutter keep, with their wild merriment and charming cries, teasing with flapping wings to ope his eyes this drowsy giant of eternal sleep. End of section 111. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 112 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 5. Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 112. The Night of the Windmills. By Miguel de Cervantes, 1547 to 1616. Spain was prompt to make settlements in the New World. She was also prompt to make laws for them. And one of these laws was that no Spanish colonist should print, sell, or even read any romances of chivalry. The reason was that the Spanish wished their colonists to be satisfied with a simple life and daily labor, and they feared lest the reading of these wild tales should make them restless and discontented. Meanwhile, a little boy was growing up, who was destined to do far more than any law in keeping people from such reading. This boy was Miguel de Cervantes, who wrote the famous Don Quixote. This book is so excellent a parody on the old romances that it made people laugh at themselves for reading them, and it is so good a story, so full of wit and humor, mingled with a real honesty of purpose, that it has been a great favorite for nearly 400 years. The following extract describes the setting out of the Don as a knight-errant and one of his first adventures. The Editor. In fine, he, Don Quixote, gave himself up so wholly to the reading of romances that nights he would pore on until it was day, and days he would read on until it was night. And thus by sleeping little and reading much, the moisture of his brain was exhausted to that degree that at last he lost the use of his reason. A world of disorderly notions, picked out of his books, crowded into his imagination, and now his head was full of nothing but enchantments, quarrels, battles, challenges, wounds, complaints, amours, torments, an abundance of stuff and impossibilities, insomuch that all the fables and fantastic tales which he read seemed to him now as true as the most authentic histories. He would say that the Cid Ruy Diaz was a very brave knight, but not worthy to stand in competition with the Knight of the Burning Sword, who, with a single backstroke, had cut in sunder two fierce and mighty giants. He liked yet better Bernardo del Caprio, who, at Roncesvalles, deprived of life the enchanted Orlando, having lifted him from the ground and choked him in the air, as Hercules did Antaeus, the son of the earth. As for the giant Morgante, he always spoke very civil things of him, for though he was one of that monstrous brood who were ever intolerably proud and brutish, he still behaved himself like a civil and well-bred person. But of all men in the world he admired Rinaldo of Montalban, and particularly his sallying out of his castle to rob all he met, and then again his carrying away the idol of Mahomet, which was all massy gold, as the history says. But he so hated the traitor Galladon that for the pleasure of kicking him handsomely he would have given up his housekeeper, nay, and his niece into the bargain. Having thus lost his understanding, he unluckily stumbled upon the oddest fancy that ever entered into a madman's brain, for now he thought it convenient and necessary, as well for the increase of his own honor as the service of the public, to turn knight-errant and roam through the whole world, armed cap a pie, and mounted on his steed, in quest of adventures, that thus imitating those knights-errant of whom he had read, and following their course of life, redressing all manner of grievances, and exposing himself to danger on all occasions, at last, after a happy conclusion of his enterprises, he might purchase everlasting honor and renown. Transported with these agreeable delusions, the poor gentleman already grasped in imagination the imperial sceptre of Trebizond, and hurried away by his mighty expectations. He prepares with all expedition to take the field. The first thing he did was to scour a suit of armor that had belonged to his great-grandfather, and had lain time out of mind carelessly resting in a corner. But when he had cleaned and repaired it as well as he could, he perceived there was a material piece wanting, for instead of a complete helmet there was only a single headpiece. However, his industry supplied that defect, for with some pasteboard he made a kind of half-beaver, or visor, which, being fitted to the headpiece, made it look like an entire helmet. Then, to know whether it were cutlass-proof, he drew his sword, and tried its edge upon the pasteboard visor, but with the very first stroke he unluckily undid in a moment what he had been a whole week a-doing. He did not like it being broken with so much ease, and therefore, to secure it from the like accident, he made it anew, and fenced it with thin plates of iron, which he fixed on the inside of it so artificially that at last he had reason to be satisfied with the solidity of the work, and so, without any further experiment, he resolved it should pass to all intents and purposes for a full and sufficient helmet. In the next place he went to view his horse, and though the animal had more blemishes than limbs, being a worse jade than Ganolas, qui tantum pelli et ossa fuit, start of footnote, which was only skin and bones. End of footnote. His master thought that neither Alexander's Bucephalus nor the Cid's Babica could be compared with him. He was 4 days, considering what name to give him, for, as he argued with himself, there was no reason that a horse bestrid by so famous a knight, and withal so excellent in himself, should not be distinguished by a particular name, and therefore he studied to give him such a one as should demonstrate as well what kind of horse he had been before his master was a knight-errant, as what he was now, thinking it but just, since the owner changed his occupation, that the horse should also change his title, and be dignified with another. A good big word, such a one as should fill the mouth, and seem consonant with the quality and profession of his master. And thus, after many names which he devised, rejected, changed, liked, disliked, and pitched upon again, he concluded to call him Rosinante, a name, in his opinion, lofty, sounding, and significant of what he had been before, and also of what he was now. In a word, a horse before, or above, all the vulgar breed of horses in the world. When he had thus given his horse a name so much to his satisfaction, he thought of choosing one for himself, and having seriously pondered on the matter 8 whole days more, at last he determined to call himself Don Quixote. Whence the author of this most authentic history draws this inference, that his right name was Quixada, and not Quesada, as others obstinately pretend. And observing that the valiant Amadis, not satisfied with the bare appellation of Amadis, added to it the name of his country, that it might grow more famous by his exploits, and so styled himself Amadis de Gaul. So he, like a true lover of his native soil, resolved to call himself Don Quixote de la Mancha, which addition, to his thinking, denoted very plainly his parentage and country, and consequently would fix a lasting honor on that part of the world. And now, his armor being scoured, his headpiece improved to a helmet, his horse and himself new named, he perceived he wanted nothing but a lady, on whom he might bestow the empire of his heart. For he was sensible that a knight-errant without a mistress was a tree without either fruit or leaves, and a body without a soul. Should I, said he to himself, by good or ill fortune, chance to encounter some giant, as it is common in knight-errantry, and happen to lay him prostrate on the ground, transfixed with my lance, or cleft in two, or, in short, overcome him, and have him at my mercy, would it not be proper to have some lady to whom I may send him as a trophy of my valor? Then, when he comes into her presence, throwing himself at her feet, he may thus make his humble submission. Lady, I am the giant, Caracoliambra, lord of the island of Malandrana, vanquished in single combat by that never deservedly enough extolled knight-errant Don Quixote de la Mancha, who has commanded me to cast myself most humbly at your feet, that it may please your honor to dispose of me according to your will. Oh, how elevated was the knight with the conceit of his imaginary submission of the giant, especially having withal bethought himself of a person on whom he might confer the title of his mistress, which, it is believed, happened thus. Near the place where he lived dwelt a good, likely country lass, for whom he had formerly had a sort of inclination, though, it is believed, she never heard of it, nor regarded it in the least. Her name was Alondanza Lorenzo, and this was she whom he thought he might entitle to the sovereignty of his heart, upon which he studied to find her out a new name, that might have some affinity with her old one, and yet at the same time sound somewhat like that of a princess, or lady of quality. So at last he resolved to call her Dulciana, with the addition of del Toboso, from the place where she was born, a name, in his opinion, sweet, harmonious, extraordinary, and no less significative than the others which he had devised. The good Don now persuades a country fellow, one Sancho Panza, to act as his squire, and they set out in quest of adventures. As they were thus discoursing, they discovered some 30 or 40 windmills that are in that plain, and as soon as the knight had spied them, "Fortune," cried he, "directs our affairs better than we ourselves could have wished. Look yonder, friend Sancho. There at least 30 outrageous giants, whom I intend to encounter, and having deprived them of life, we will begin to enrich ourselves with their spoils, for they are lawful prize, and that extirpation of that cursed brood will be an acceptable service to heaven." "What giants?" quoth Sancho Panza. "Those whom thou seest yonder," answered Don Quixote, "with their long extended arms. Some of that detested race have arms of so immense a size that sometimes they reach 2 leagues in length." "Pray look better, sir," quoth Sancho. "Those things yonder are no giants, but windmills, and the arms you fancy are their sails, which, being whirled about by the wind, make the mill go." "'Tis a sign," cried Don Quixote, "that thou art but little acquainted with adventures. I tell thee, they are giants, and therefore, if thou art afraid, go aside and say thy prayers, for I am resolved to engage in a dreadful unequal combat against them all." This said, he clapped spurs to his horse, Ronzinante, without giving ear to his squire Sancho, who bawled out to him and assured him that they were windmills and no giants. But he was so fully possessed with a strong conceit of the contrary, that he did not so much as hear his squire's outcry, nor was he sensible of what they were, although he was already very near them. Far from that. "Stand, cowards!" cried he, as loud as he could. "Stand your ground, ignoble creatures, and fly not basely from a single knight who dares to encounter you all." At the same time, the wind rising, the mill sails began to move, which when Don Quixote spied, "Base miscreants!" cried he, "though you move more arms than the giant Briareus, you shall pay for your arrogance." He must have outly recommended himself to his lady Dulcinea, imploring her assistance in this perilous adventure, and so covering himself with his shield and couching his lance, he rushed with Rozinante's utmost speed upon the first windmill he could come at, and running his lance into the sail, the wind whirled it about with such swiftness that the rapidity of the motion presently broke the lance into shivers, and hurled away both knight and horse along with it, till down he fell, rolling a good way off in the field. Sancho Panza ran as fast as his ass could drive to help his master, whom he found lying and not able to stir, such a blow he and Rozinante had received. "Mercy o' me!" cried Sancho. "Did not I give your worship fair warning? Did not I tell you they were windmills, and that nobody could think otherwise, unless he had also windmills in his head?" "Peace, friend Sancho," replied Don Quixote. "There's nothing so subject to the inconsistency of fortune as war. I'm verily persuaded that cursed necromancer Freston, who carried away my study and my books, has transformed these giants into windmills, to deprive me of the honor of the victory. Such is his inveterate malice against me. But in the end all his pernicious wiles and stratagems shall prove ineffectual against the prevailing edge of my sword." "Amen, say I," replied Sancho, and so heaving him up again upon his legs, once more the knight mounted Rozinante, that was half shoulder slipped with his fall. This adventure was the subject of their discourse, as they made the best of their way towards the pass of Lapice, for Don Quixote took that road, believing he could not miss of adventures in one so mightily frequented. However, the loss of his lance was no small affliction to him, and as he was making his complaint about it to his squire, "I have read," said he, "friend Sancho, that a certain Spanish knight, whose name was Diego Perez de Vargas, having broken his sword in the heat of an engagement, pulled up by the roots a huge oak tree, or at least tore down a massy branch, and did such wonderful execution, crushing and grinding so many Moors with it that day, that he won himself and his posterity the surname of the Pounder or Bruiser. I tell thee this, because I intend to tear up the next oak, or holm tree, we meet, with the trunk whereof I hope to perform such wondrous deeds, that thou wilt esteem thyself particularly happy in having had the honor to behold them, and been the ocular witness of achievements which posterity will scarce be able to believe." "Heaven grant you may," cried Sancho. "I believe it all, because your worship says it." End of section 112. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 113 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hypatia. The World Story Volume 5. Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 113. Captain Cuellar of the Armada and His Troubles. 1588, by James Anthony Froude. In 1588, Philip II sent out, after unprecedented preparations, a fleet or armada to conquer England and bring her back to the Roman Catholic Church. He was so sure of its success that he called it the Invincible Armada. Nevertheless, by English seamanship, aided by the winds and the waves, a large part of it was destroyed. The ships which remained were driven to the north, and the Spaniards hoped that by sailing around Ireland they might make their way home. Terrible storms arose, and many of the vessels were wrecked on the coast of Ireland. Only half of the invincible armada ever returned to Spain. The following extract is taken, in substance, from a letter which Captain Cuellar sent to Philip II. The Editor. The scene of the greatest destruction among the ships of the Armada was Sligo Bay. It is easy to see why. The coast on the Mayo side of it trends away 70 miles to the west, as far as Achill and Clare Islands, and ships embayed there in heavy southwesterly weather had no chance of escape. On one beach, 5 miles in length, Sir Geoffrey Fenton counted 1,100 dead bodies, and the country people told him the like was to be seen in other places. Sir William Fitzwilliam saw broken timber from the wrecks lying between Sligo and Ballyshannon, sufficient to have built 5 of the largest ships in the world, besides masts and spars and cordage, and boats bottom uppermost. Among the vessels which went ashore at this spot to form part of the ruin which Fitzwilliam was looking upon, was a galleon belonging to the Levantine squadron, commanded by Don Martin de Aranda. Don Martin, after an ineffectual struggle to double Achill Island, had fallen off before the wind and had anchored in Sligo Bay, in a heavy sea with 2 other galleons. There they lay for 4 days, from the 1st to the 5th of September, when the gale rising their cables parted, and all 3 drove on shore on a sandy beach among the rocks. Nowhere in the world does the sea break more violently than on that cruel, shelterless shore. 2 of the galleons went to pieces in an hour. The soldiers and sailors, too weak to struggle, or most of them rolled in the surf till they were dead, and then washed up upon the shingle. Gentlemen and servants, nobles and common seamen, shared the same fate. Cuellar's ship had broken in 2, but the forecastle held a little longer together than the rest, and Cuellar, clinging to it, watched his comrades being swept away and destroyed before his eyes. The wild Irish were down in hundreds, stripping the bodies. Those who had come on shore with life in them fared no better. Some were knocked on the head, others had their clothes torn off and left naked to perish of cold. Don Diego Enriquez, a high-born patrician, passed, with the Conde de Villafranca and 65 others, into his ship's tender, carrying bags of ducats and jewels. They went below and fastened down the hatchways, hoping to be rolled alive on land. A huge wave turned the tender bottom upward, and all who were in it were smothered. As the tide went back, the Irish came with their axes, and broke a hole open in search of plunder, while Cuellar looked on, speculating how soon the same fate would be his own, and seeing the corpses of his comrades dragged out, stripped naked, and left to the wolves. His own turn came at last. He held on to the wreck till it was swept away, and he found himself in the water with a brother officer who had stuffed his pockets full of gold. He could not swim, but he caught a scuttle-board as it floated by him and climbed up upon it. His companion tried to follow, but he was washed off and drowned. Cuellar, a few minutes later, was tossed ashore, his leg badly cut by a blow from a spar in the surf. Drenched and bleeding as he was, he looked a miserable figure. The Irish, who were plundering the better dressed of the bodies, took no notice of him. He crawled along till he found a number of his own countrymen, who had been left with nothing but life, bare to their skins, and huddled together for warmth. Cuellar, who had still his clothes, though of course drenched, lay down among some rushes. A gentleman, worse off than he, for he was entirely naked, threw himself at his side, too spent to speak. 2 Irishmen came by with axes, who, to Cuellar's surprise, cut some bushes, which they threw over them for a covering, and went on to join in the pillage on the shore. Cuellar, half dead from cold and hunger, fell asleep. He was woke by a troop of English horsemen galloping by for a share in the spoil. He called his comrade, but found him dead, while all around the crows and wolves were busy over the naked carcasses. Something like a monastery was visible not far off. Cuellar limped along till he reached it. He found it deserted. The roof of the chapel had been lately burned. The images of the saints lay tumbled on the ground. In the nave, 12 Spaniards were hanging from the rafters. The monks had fled to the mountains. Sick at the ghastly spectacle, he crept along a path through a wood, when he came upon an old woman who was hiding her cattle from the English. Her cabin was not far distant, but she made signs to him to keep off, as there were enemies in occupation there. Wandering hopelessly on, he fell in with 2 of his countrymen, naked and shivering. They were all famished, and they went back together to the sea, hoping to find some fragments of provisions washed on land. On the way they came on the body of Don Enriquez, and stopped to scrape a hole in the sand and bury it. While they were thus employed, a party of Irish came up, who pointed to a cluster of cabins, and intimated that if they went there, they would be taken care of. Cuellar was dead lame. His companions left him. At the first cottage which he reached, there was an old Irish savage, an Englishman, a Frenchman, and a girl. The Englishman struck at him with a knife and gave him a second wound. They stripped him to his shirt, took a gold chain from him, which they found concealed under it, and a purse of ducats. They would have left him en cueros, like the rest, without a rag upon him, had not the girl interposed, who affected to be a Christian, though she was no more a Christian than Mahomet. The Frenchman proved to be an old sailor who had fought at Terceira. In him the Spanish captain found some human kindness, for he bound up his leg for him, and gave him some oat cakes with butter and milk. The Frenchman then pointed to a ridge of distant mountains. There, he said, was the country of the O'Rourke, a great chief, who was a friend of the King of Spain. O'Rourke would take care of him. Many of his comrades had already gone thither for protection. With his strength something restored by the food, Cuellar crawled along, stick in hand. At night he stopped at a hut where there was a lad who could speak Latin. This boy talked with him, gave him supper and a bundle of straw to sleep upon. About midnight the boy's father and brother came in, loaded with plunder from the wrecks. They too did him no hurt, and sent him forward in the morning with a pony and a guide. English soldiers were about, sent, as he conjectured, probably with truth, to kill all the Spaniards that they could fall in with. The first party that he met did not see him. With the second he was less fortunate. His guide saved his life by some means which Cuellar did not understand, but they beat him and took his shirt from him, the last of his garments that had been left. The boy and pony went off, and he thought then that the end was come, and prayed God to finish him and take him to his mercy. Forlorn as he was, however, he rallied his courage, picked up a piece of old matting, and with this and some plaited ferns made a shift to cover himself. Thus costumed, he went on to a hamlet at the side of a lake. The hovels of which it consisted were all empty. He entered the best-looking of them, found some faggots of oat straw, and was looking about for a place to sleep among them, when 3 naked figures sprang suddenly up. He took them for devils, and in his extraordinary dress they thought the same of him. But they proved to have belonged to the wrecked galleons, one of them a naval officer, the other 2 soldiers. They explained mutually who they were, and then buried themselves in the oat sheaves and slept. They remained there for warmth and concealment all the next day. At night, having wrapped themselves in straw, they walked on till they reached the dominions of the chief to whom they had been directed. O'Rourke himself was absent, fighting the English, but his wife took them in, fed them, and allowed them to stay. As a particular favour, she bestowed an old cloak upon Cuellar, which he found, however, to be swarming with lice. The hospitality was not excessive. A report reached him that a Spanish ship had put into Killybegs harbour, was refitting for sea, and was about to sail. He hurried down to join her, but she was gone. He learned afterwards that she had been wrecked, and that all on board had perished. He was now like a hunted wolf. The English deputy had issued orders that every Spaniard in the country must be given up to the government. The Irish did not betray Cuellar, but they did not care to risk their necks by giving him shelter, and he wandered about through the winter in Sligo and Donegal, meeting with many strange adventures. His first friend was a poor priest, who was performing his functions among the Irish, in spite of the law, disguised as a layman. From this man he met with help. He worked next as a journeyman with a blacksmith, whose wife was a brute. The priest delivered him from these people and carried him to a castle, which, from the description, appears to have been on Lough Erne, and here for the first time he met with hearty hospitality, in the Irish understanding of the term. The owner of the castle was a gentleman. He recognized an ally in every enemy of England. He took Cuellar into his troop of retainers, and dressed him in the saffron mantle of the Irish gallows. For some weeks he was now permitted to rest and recover himself. The Lord Deputy was alarmed at the number of fugitives who were said to be surviving. As the orders to surrender them had not been attended to, he collected a force in Dublin and went in person into the west to enforce obedience. Cuellar's entertainer had been especially menaced, and had to tell his guests that he could help them no further. He must leave his castle and retreat himself with his family into the mountains, and the Spaniards must take care of themselves. Cuellar calls the castle Manglana. Local antiquaries may be able to identify the spot. It stood on a promontory projecting into a long, deep and broad lake, and was covered on the land side by a swamp. It could not be taken without boats or artillery, and the Spaniards offered to remain and defend it, if the chief would leave them a few muskets and powder, with food for a couple of months. There were 9 of them. The chief agreed, and let them have what they wanted, and, unless Cuellar lies, he and his friends held Manglana for a fortnight, against a force of 1,800 English, when God came to their help by sending such weather that the enemy could not any longer keep the field. The chief, finding the value of such auxiliaries, wished to keep them permanently at his side, and offered Cuellar his sister for a wife. Cuellar, however, was longing for home. He supposed that if he could reach Scotland, he could cross easily from thence to Flanders. One night after Christmas he slipped away and made for Antrim, travelling, seemingly, only in the dark and hiding during the day. He was in constant danger, as the tracks were watched, and suspected persons were seized and searched. He got as far as the Giant's Causeway. There he heard particulars of the wreck of the ship which he had tried to join at Killybegs. It was a galleass, with Alonso de Leiva on board, and 200 or 300 others with him. They were all dead, and Cuellar saw the relics of them which the people had collected on the shore. Alonso de Leiva was the best loved of all the Spaniards in the fleet, and the sight of the spot where he had perished was a fresh distress. He was afraid to approach a port, lest he should be seized and hanged. For 6 weeks he was hid away by some women, and after that by a bishop, who was a good Christian, though dressed like a savage. This bishop had 12 Spaniards with him, fed, clothed, and said mass for them, and at last found a boat to carry them across the channel. They went, and after 3 days' struggle with the sea, contrived to land in Argyllshire. They had been led to hope for help from James. Cuellar says that they were entirely mistaken. James never gave them a bawbee, and would have handed them over to the English if he had not been afraid of the resentment of the Scotch Catholic nobles. The Calvinist lowlanders showed them scanty hospitality. The Prince of Parma was informed of their condition, and agreed with a Flemish merchant to bring over to him all the Spaniards, now numerous, who were on Scotch soil, at 5 ducats a head. Even yet misfortune had not tired of persecuting them. In their passage they were chased and fired upon by a Dutch frigate. They had to run ashore, where they were intercepted by the Hollanders, and all but Cuellar and 2 of his companions were killed. So ends the Spanish captain's story. End of section 113. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 114 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090, California, United States of America. Spain, Part IV. The Period of Decline. Historical Note. The destruction of the Invincible Armada was a crushing blow to the power of Spain, and the other nations of Europe breathed more freely thereafter. Weakened by the expulsion of 800,000 Moors, the most learned and industrious of her inhabitants, demoralized by the gold of Mexico and Peru, and exhausted by constant warfare, Spain, at the beginning of the 17th century, fell from her place as the leading power of Europe. As her prosperity steadily declined, her provinces, the Netherlands, Portugal, Naples, Sicily, Sardinia, and the Lombard territories, one by one dropped away. In 1704, the English captured her mighty stronghold of Gibraltar. Florida and Louisiana eventually came into the hands of the United States, and by 1826, Spain no longer held any territory on the continent of North America. At the death of Ferdinand VII in 1833, there was opposition to the succession of his daughter Isabella in behalf of Ferdinand's brother Carlos. This caused the Carlist War, which lasted from 1833 to 1840, and gave rise also to warfare in 1860, and from 1872 to 1876. The Republic formed in 1873 was overthrown 2 years later, and the Bourbon line was restored in the person of Alfonso, father of Alfonso XIII. Governmental abuses brought about revolts in Cuba. The interference of the United States in behalf of the islanders was the cause of war between the two countries. By a treaty of peace signed in 1898, Spain relinquished Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines. Later she sold to Germany the Caroline, Pelew, and Ladrone Islands. Her only remaining foreign dependency is her territory in Western Africa. End of section 114. This recording is in the public domain. Section 115 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 5, Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 115. Velázquez, the greatest Spanish painters, 1599 to 1660, by M.G. Quincy Sleeper. Spanish art, 250 years ago, was wanting in patrons. Rich people did not ask artists to paint their portraits, or to make them pictures to hang on their walls. The old Spaniards who had conquered their own country foot by foot against the Moorish invaders, and who had conquered vast territories in America, as if merely to keep their hands in and to amuse themselves, were not like the Greeks and Italians, who had a natural and innate love for beautiful objects. The Spaniards preferred battles and adventures to pictures and statues. The chief patrons that the artists had were, therefore, the clergy and the monks, who of course wanted only religious pictures. As for the kings, the only one who deigned to favor Spanish art was Philip IV, whose caprice forced Velázquez to pass a great deal of time painting dwarfs and court buffoons, which he might have employed in painting nobler subjects. It is to Velázquez that we are indebted for some of the finest portraits of men, women, and children that had ever been painted. In every great museum in Europe we find some specimen of his lifelike pictures, mostly of his patron Philip IV, of the Queen, and of the royal children. The infants Dan Balthazar Carlos, Don Fernando, Don Philip Prosper, the infantas Maria Teresa and Marguerite Maria. In all these royal portraits we see how great a painter Velázquez was. For not content with obtaining the illusion of form and the expression of life, he penetrated the very soul of his models, and gave a moral likeness of them too. Thus his portraits may be called pages of history as well as great works of art, for they show better than any chronicles or written narratives how the race of the great ruler Charles V had degenerated in the persons of his descendants, and how nearly his exhausted dynasty was approaching to its end. Theodore Child. Diego Velázquez de Silva was born at Seville in 1599. He is the first court painter of Spain, while Murillo is the best painter of religious pictures. He kept a peasant lad as an apprentice, who served him as a study, and he sketched him in every position, laughing, crying, sleeping, and the like. He used charcoal and white chalk on blue paper, and thus learned to catch likenesses with ease and rapidity. One of the most celebrated works in the portrait of Adrian Pulido Pariga, Captain General of the Spanish forces in New Spain. Philip IV had ordered the admiral to depart at a given time, but entering the artist's painting room after the hour named by him, saw, as he thought, the weather-beaten face of the officer looking out from the farther corner. "Still here!" exclaimed the king. "Why are you not gone?" There was no answer, and Philip stepped hastily forward, when he discovered his mistake. "I assure you that I was deceived," he said, turning to Velasquez. Velasquez had a slave, whose name was Pareja. He ground the colors for his master, cleaned his pencils, prepared his palette or paint plate, and went with him whenever he traveled abroad. He loved to paint, and often sat up all night busy with his pictures. He, however, trembled at every noise, knowing that Velasquez would be seriously angry if he should discover that he was attempting anything so much above his station. Velasquez's study was in the palace of King Philip IV, and the king kept a key, so that he could go in and out as he pleased. When in the apartment, he was accustomed to order those pictures which were placed with the painted side to the wall to be turned, so that he could see them. Pareja noticed this, and he one day placed one of his own sketches in this position. Philip entered as usual, and as usual ordered the pictures to be turned. Pareja obeyed, and when he came to his own, he threw himself at the king's feet, confessed that it was his, and begged the monarch to persuade his master to forgive him for what he had done. "Forgive you?" replied Philip, pleased with the work. "Forgive you? Yes, that he will, I am quite sure." Then turning to Velasquez, he said, "So good an artist ought no longer to be a slave." "You know best, sire," replied the artist. "Pareja, you are free. The king will himself be a witness for you." Pareja never left his master, and after his death he served his daughter with equal affection. He painted portraits finely, and so entirely in the style of Velasquez that they might easily be mistaken for his. End of section 115. This recording is in the public domain. Section 116. Of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 5. Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 116. Spanish Home Life in the 17th Century. By M.G. Quincy Sleeper. Spain changes her customs slowly. She clings to the old in everything. The manners and habits of the wealthy class in the 17th century differed but little from those of the same class now. The royal family then lived at Madrid, or at Buena Retiro, a country palace in the vicinity. They made an excursion in the spring to Aranjuez, in the autumn to the Escurial. The day of starting, the length of the stay, the order of the journey, its expense, and the dresses to be worn by the court were fixed and written in the book of ceremonial. The chief officer of the king's household was the high steward. He was allowed a seat in the royal apartments, which he occupied while in attendance, except at public ceremonials and when the king was at table, upon which occasions he stood by the side of his majesty. He regulated the expenses of the palace, arranged the bullfights and all public games attended by the king, and fixed the time for the reception of foreign princes, cardinals, and ambassadors. One of the highest officers at court was the Grand Chamberlain. He had a gold key, which admitted him at all hours to all the apartments in the palace. He wakened the king in the morning, presented him some of his garments, and the towel to dry his hands. He had the charge of the royal wardrobe, and the royal garments were given him after their owner had done with them. He accompanied the king in his carriage, at which time the grand equerry, instead of riding on horseback, took a seat on the coach-box. The gentlemen of the chamber were usually the sons of grandees. They in turn waited on the king with the golden key at their girdles. They assisted in dressing him, and they handed him all dishes at table, except the olla podrida, a mixture of various meats and delicacies, which the chief cook presented in person. The queen's household consisted of the superintendent, or camerara, some maids of honor, and numerous pages, who were always children of the highest rank. In the reign of Philip IV, there were about 1,000 persons lodged in the palace at Madrid. They were miserably paid, but the expense of their maintenance was, nevertheless, very great. The grandees formed the highest class of the nobility. They were really petty kings. They kept great numbers of followers. The Duchess of Osona had 800 ladies and waiting women. Young ladies of noble but poor families were often entertained in these households, where they chiefly employed themselves in embroidering with silk and thread of gold and silver. The grandees had immense quantities of gold and silver plate, which they displayed on lofty sideboards. Those of the Duke of Albuquerque had 40 silver ladders for the convenience of those who had the care of them. And when he died, it took 6 weeks to weigh and take account of the vessels. The hidalgos were a lower class of nobility, without particular titles, such as count or marquis, but possessed of many privileges. The caballeros of Castile were knights who served on horseback in the field, but brought no followers with them. The houses in Madrid were large and built of brick and clay. Glass being scarce, they were badly lighted. They were seldom provided with chimneys, but an open, flat, brass pan, containing lighted charcoal, was placed in the middle of the living room, usually raised about half a foot from the floor on a wooden frame. The floors were plastered and whitewashed, or polished like marble. Cushions of gold and silver brocade lay on rich Persian carpets. Elegant cabinets, busts, and vases stood around, with silver vases filled with orange and jessamine trees. Persons of distinction had canopies, under which it pleased them to sit. The winter beds were covered with velvet counterpanes and curtains trimmed with thick gold and silver lace, called galloon. In summer, colored gauze curtains only were used to keep off the insects. Early in the 17th century, the master of the house ate by himself, and his wife and children either ate quite alone or sat upon the floor with a cloth spread over the carpet. But about the middle of the century, the higher classes introduced the custom of eating together. The Spaniards did not invite dinner company except upon great occasions, but pleasure excursions were often made to the country houses of the nobility, where refreshments were offered. Madame d'Aulnoy thus visited the Princess of Monteleone, and says, her women, to the number of 18, brought, every one of them, a great silver basin full of dried sweetmeats, wrapped up in papers cut and gilt for the purpose. In one there was a plum, in another a cherry or apricot, and so in all the rest. Afterwards chocolate was presented, and every one had a china cup full, on a little dish of agate set in gold, with sugar in a box of the same. One drinks it with biscuit, or else with some thin bread as hard as if it were toasted, which they bake on purpose. Most of the lower classes took their food at cooks' shops, which were kept at the street corners, and in which were great kettles of leeks, beans, and garlic, or broth to moisten their bread. At the beginning of the 16th century, the costume for men consisted of breeches of cloth bound and fastened up with points, a doublet or vest with large flaps, a cape with a hood, and a round cloth hat or bonnet. In 1552, the ruff for the neck was added. A purse hung at the girdle. This was the true Spanish costume, till the accession of Philip V. Philip II, who began to reign in 1556, was among the first who wore silk stockings. A dandy of the 17th century is thus described by the wife of a French ambassador. His hair was parted on the crown of his head and tied behind him with a blue ribbon, about 4 fingers wide and about 2 yards long, which hung down at its full length. His breeches were of black velvet, buttoned down on each knee, with 5 or 6 buttons. He had a vest so short that it scarce reached below his pockets, and a scalloped vest with hanging sleeves about 4 fingers wide, made of white embroidered satin. His cloak was of black cloth, and he had wrapped it round one arm, with which he held a buckler, with a steel spike standing out in the midst of it. In the other hand he held a sword. He had likewise a dagger with a narrow blade fastened to the belt round his back. He had such a straight collar that he could neither stoop nor turn about his head. His hat was of a prodigious size, with a great band, larger than a mourning one, twisted about it. His shoes were of as fine leather as that whereof gloves are made, slashed and cut, and so exactly fitted that they seemed to be pasted on. He was strongly perfumed, and was careful to tell that there were few courses of bullfights wherein he did not venture his life. In the 17th century, the ladies' hoops, which had been very large, were made much smaller. The various modes seem to have prevailed. Queen Louise d'Orleans once received her friends with her hair separated in the middle and falling on both shoulders. One side was braided, strung with pearls, and was fastened to her waist with a diamond. Her dress was a rose-colored velvet, worked with silver, and her earrings hung nearly down to her shoulders. The Spaniards of the higher classes rose about 7 o'clock in the morning, drank iced water, and afterwards chocolate. They then went to mass or confession. The ladies embroidered, received calls, and offered collations to morning guests. Dinner was eaten at about 12 o'clock. After this, all partially undressed for the siesta, or afternoon lounge. At this time the shops were shut, and no business was done. At about 2 o'clock in winter, and 4 in summer, sweetmeats and iced drinks or chocolate were served. All who chose then went abroad to the theatre, or, in warm weather, to the public walks, the tertulies, or social evening receptions, so common now, had not been introduced. Returning, a light supper was served. Education was almost universally neglected, and boys at 15 were usually their own masters. Running at the ring was a favorite amusement, and was thus played. Several posts were placed in a circle, and a ring was hung from each. The player galloped around the circle and attempted to take down one or more of these rings with his lance as he rode. Charles I of England, when at Madrid, was skillful in this sport. End of section number 116. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 117 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The World Story, Volume 5. Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 117. The Queen and Her Superintendent by Mrs. M. G. Quincy Sleeper. Charles II was proclaimed king October 8, 1665, at the age of 4 years. He was so sickly and so improperly treated that he was 10 years old before he was allowed to put his foot to the ground. He never really reigned. The royal authority was exercised during his youth by his mother, who was unfit for the task, and afterwards by ministers, who regarded their own interest rather than that of Spain. In 1679, Charles married Louise d'Orleans, niece of Louis XIV of France. She was in her 18th year, and was charming in person and manner. Her eyes were large and dark, full of animation, yet sweet in expression. Her eyebrows were finely arched, her lips were rosy, and her thin, long hair was of a dark chestnut color. She danced gracefully, and was a fearless rider. She hoped to marry her cousin, the Dauphin, heir to the French crown and to remain in her native country, but she was sacrificed to the supposed interests of France. When she first saw her future husband, she was for a moment too much surprised to salute him. He was tall and sufficiently well shaped, but he had a sickly complexion, and the gentle expression of his eyes did not make up for his wide mouth and hanging Austrian lip. His dress, too, was doubtless unexpected by the lovely French girl, being a close, short-bodied coat of grey cloth, velvet breeches, stockings of raw silk, and a grey hat. His hair, which was ridiculously long, was combed behind his ears. The Queen made her public entrance into Madrid on a fiery Andalusian horse. Her riding habit was heavy with embroidery. White and crimson feathers waved from her hat, which was looped up at one side by a diamond clasp. From this hung the wonderful pearl called Peregrina, and on one finger she wore a diamond thought to be the finest in the world. But no one minded her jewels, so winning was her face, and so easily did she manage her high-spirited steed. The procession was as dazzling as silver and gold, satins, velvets, and precious stones could make it. It passed under triumphal arches, through streets hung with tapestry and adorned with sculpture, or set out with characteristic ornaments. The streets of the furriers were lined with stuffed tigers and bears, and that of the goldsmiths glittered with little angels. When the Queen arrived at the great court of the palace, she found it surrounded with young men and maidens who were crowned with reeds and water lilies, and represented the rivers of her new kingdom. Others represented the provinces, and all offered homage in their name. There Louise was received by the King and Queen Mother. At night there were displays of fireworks. On the following day the King and Queen went to the Church of Our Lady of Atocha in a carriage built like a triumphal car. As it was evening when they returned, the city was illuminated. The Plaza Mayor seemed all ablaze. The buildings were lofty, having 5 rows of balconies, one above another, and 3,000 torches were fastened to them. Various amusements followed, especially that of the chase. At one of the latter, the Duke d'Infantado, who acted as royal huntsman, led the Queen, as if by accident, to the pleasantest part of the forest, where some little streams kept the grass fresh and thick. A canopy of gold cloth was stretched beneath the trees. In the boughs were monkeys, squirrels, and fine birds. Boys clothed in fantastic garments, and girls dressed as nymphs and shepherdesses offered refreshments in elegant dishes. To the world the lot of Louise seemed to be all that could be desired, but it was in reality far otherwise. She was a slave to rules and forms, which were all the more burdensome because they were useless. The King had given her a fine Andalusian horse, which was not fully broken. She mounted him in the palace court, when the animal reared, and threw her from the saddle. Her foot caught in the stirrup, and she was drawn along the ground. It was a crime to touch a Queen of Spain, and doubly a crime to touch her foot. Charles was motionless with terror, and no one at first dared to aid her. Two Spanish cavaliers at length sprang forward. One seized the bridle of the horse, while the other raised her Majesty. Then, hastening home, they made preparations for departure. The Count of Peñaranda, however, approached the queen, and explained to her the risk which the nobleman had run. Equally surprised and shocked, she turned to the king and begged their pardon, which being granted, messengers were instantly sent to the cavaliers, who arrived just in season to prevent their flight to a foreign country. It was the royal custom to provide each queen with a superintendent of her household, called Camerara Mayor, who held almost entire control over her daily acts. In this case the superintendent was the Duchess of Terranuova. She was 60 years old, pale and wrinkled in face, lean and skinny in figure, with small sharp eyes, a harsh voice, and a furious temper. She seemed to desire nothing so much as to make the queen uncomfortable. She was always stealing slyly about, hiding behind curtains and listening at doors and convenient cracks. She would not permit the queen to look out of the window, or to speak a word of French. She even killed, with her own hand, two beautiful parrots, which Louise had brought from home, because they spoke that language, and abused her French dogs at every opportunity. The queen's French attendants all left her, unable to bear the ill treatment which they experienced. For more than 100 years her predecessors had been expected to retire to bed at 10 o'clock in summer, and at 9 in winter. Louise often forgot the hour when her woman would, while she was still at supper, without saying a word, take down her hair and draw off her shoes to hasten her departure. Fresh from the elegant amusements and the tasteful life of Paris, she was refused the pleasing gaieties to which she was accustomed, and was dragged to the court amusements, which she loathed. The long Spanish comedies wearied her, and she was violently ill from seeing two of the combatants in a bull fight killed by the enraged brute. Yet even this was not the worst. She was compelled to be present at an auto da fe, footnote, literally act of faith, the public declaration of the judgment passed by the courts of the Spanish Inquisition, and the infliction of the prescribed punishment. Celebrated in the Plaza Mayor, the various ceremonies of which lasted from 7 o'clock in the morning till 9 at night. One lovely Jewess, about 17 years old, stood close beside her, and begged of her for mercy. "Will not your royal presence," she cried, "bring some change to my dreadful fate? Consider my youth, and remember that this concerns a belief which I drew in with my earliest breath." The queen wept, but was silent. She could do nothing. She did not, indeed, see the actual burning of the 20 Jews, which took place after midnight, but the horrors of that day remained long in her memory. King Charles was temperate and mild, but irresolute, timid, superstitious, and extremely ignorant. He did not even know the names of some of the more considerable towns and important provinces of his kingdom, and in the war with France sometimes pitied the Emperor of Germany because he believed him to have lost cities which had in fact belonged to himself. As he advanced in years, he shut himself up more and more in his palace with his favorite dwarfs and his menagerie, which was large and valuable. He loved his wife, who did her best to amuse him, and whose sweetness of temper was unfailing. but he was often cold in consequence of the hints of the Duchess, who endeavored to make him jealous of her. At last, Louise procured the dismissal of the fierce old woman, who departed in a storm of rage. She was happier after this, as the new Camerera was kind and respectful. But she had still many annoyances. She was to receive about $1,600 a month for her personal and household expenses, but 6 months sometimes went by without her receiving a copper, and she was obliged to borrow even for her charities. Public affairs also became daily more hopeless. Not only were the demands of foreign governments for debts long due them disregarded, but officers of the army and even governors of fortresses in vain tried to obtain the payment of their salaries. The soldiers of the royal guard struggled with beggars for a morsel of the bread dealt out by the convents. Couriers could not leave the capital for want of means. The grooms in the royal stables, who had received nothing for many months, ran away and left the animals unfed. Money was wanted for the daily expenses of Charles's table. Great families were compelled to melt their plate, and in several parts of the kingdom men perished daily from hunger. To so low a point had misgovernment sunk this once powerful and wealthy country. Queen Louise died in 1689, after a reign of 9 years. She had borne cheerfully the sacrifice of all her early hopes, and had shown, in the difficult position in which she had been placed, patience, fortitude, generosity, and good sense. After her death, Charles married Maria Anna, daughter of the Elector Palatine, and sister of the reigning Empress of Germany and the Queen of Portugal. She was not beautiful, like Louise, nor did she dress as tastefully. She had fine, fair hair, which she wore in many plaits, and which she filled with ribbons and feathers until they spread out almost enough to balance her enormous hoop. She was not subdued by Spanish gloom. She laughed heartily at the court fool, and when reproved by her husband, she replied that she could not help it, and that the fellow must be removed if she must not seem amused by him. Charles died in the year 1700. He was the last monarch of the houses of Austria, and closed the native line of Gothic sovereigns. He left, by will, his throne to Philip, Duke of Anjou, grandson of Louis XIV. 10 or 12 decaying frigates formed at that time the navy of Spain, and the art of shipbuilding was almost forgotten. The army consisted of 20,000 men, without pay, clothing, or discipline. Robbers and murderers prowled about the country, and haunted even the churches unpunished. Charles II left his crown to Philip of Anjou, grandson of himself, and also of Louis XIV. Of France. To prevent the union of the two kingdoms, an alliance was formed against France with the object of placing upon the Spanish throne Charles, Archduke of Austria. The Duke of Marlborough and Prince Eugene of Savoy fought for the allies, and won some famous victories. Blenheim, Ramillies, Oudenarde, and Malplaquet. For 13 years the war raged. Then, by several deaths, Charles became emperor. To permit him also to rule in Spain was out of the question, and the war came to an end. Philip was left on the Spanish throne to rule as Philip V, but with great loss of Spanish territory, for Gibraltar and Minorca were ceded to England, while Milan, Sardinia, Naples, and the Spanish Netherlands fell into the hands of Austria. The Editor. End of section 117. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 118 of Italy, France, Spain and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Schmidt. The World Story, Volume 5. Italy, France, Spain and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 118. The Crossing of the Douro, 1809. By Charles Lever. Even after Napoleon had overthrown the armies of Spain and Portugal, these countries refused to yield to his authority. Wellington with British troops came to their aid. He crossed the Douro River, captured Oporto, and pursued the French forces on their retreat over the mountains into Spain. The Editor. Never did the morning break more beautifully than on the 12th of May, 1809. Huge masses of fog-like vapor had succeeded to the starry, cloudless night, but one by one they moved onwards towards the sea, disclosing as they passed long tracts of lovely country, bathed in a rich golden glow. The broad Douro, with its transparent current, shone out like a bright-colored ribbon, meandering through the deep garment of fairest green. The darkly shadowed mountains, which closed the background, loomed even larger than they were, while their summits were tipped with the yellow glory of the morning. The air was calm and still, and the very smoke that arose from the peasant's cot labored as it ascended through the perfumed air, and save the ripple of the stream, all was silent as the grave. The squadron of the 14th, with which I was, had diverged from the road beside the river, and to obtain a shorter path had entered the skirts of a dark pine wood. Our pace was a sharp one. An orderly had been already dispatched to hasten our arrival, and we pressed on at a brisk trot. In less than an hour we reached the verge of the wood, and as we rode out upon the plain, what a spectacle met our eyes! Before us, in a narrow valley separated from the river by a low ridge, were picketed 3 cavalry regiments, their noiseless gestures and perfect stillness bespeaking at once that they were intended for a surprise party. Farther down the stream, and upon the opposite side, rose the massive towers and tall spires of Oporto, displaying from their summits the broad ensign of France, while far as the eye could reach, the broad dark masses of troops might be seen, the intervals between their columns glittering with the bright equipments of their cavalry, whose steel caps and lances were sparkling in the sunbeams. The bivouac fires were still smouldering, and marking where some part of the army had passed the night. For early as it was evident that their position had been changed, and even now the heavy masses of dark infantry might be seen moving from place to place, while the long line of the road to Valonga was marked with a vast cloud of dust. The French drum and the light infantry bugle told from time to time that orders were passing among the troops, while the glittering uniform of a staff officer, as he galloped from the town, bespoke the note of preparation. "Dismount, steady! Quietly, my lads," said the colonel as he alighted upon the grass. "Let the men have their breakfast." The little amphitheatre we occupied hid us entirely from all observation on the part of the enemy, but equally so excluded us from perceiving their movements. It may readily be supposed, then, with what impatience we waited here, while the din and clangour of the French force, as they marched and counter-marched so near us, were clearly audible. The orders were, however, strict that none should approach the bank of the river, and we lay anxiously awaiting the moment when this inactivity should cease. More than one orderly had arrived among us, bearing dispatches from headquarters, but where our main body was, or what the nature of the orders, no one could guess. As for me, my excitement was at its height, and I could not speak for the very tension of my nerves. The officers stood in little groups of 2 and 3, whispering anxiously together, but all I could collect was that Soult had already begun his retreat upon Amarante, and that, with the broad stream of the Douro between us, he defied our pursuit. "Well, Charlie," said Power, laying his arm upon my shoulder, "the French have given us the slip this time. They are already in march, and even if we dared force a passage in the face of such an enemy, it seems there's not a boat to be found. I have just seen Hammersley." "Indeed? Where is he?" said I. "He's gone back to Villa du Conde. He asked after you most particularly. Don't blush, man. I'd rather back your chance than his, notwithstanding the long letter that Lucy sends him. Poor fellow, he's been badly wounded, but it seems declines going back to England." "Captain Power," said an orderly, touching his cap, "General Murray desires to see you." Power hastened away, but returned in a few moments. "I say, Charlie, there's something in the wind here. I've just been ordered to try where the stream is fordable. I've mentioned your name to the general, and I think you'll be sent for soon. Goodbye." I buckled on my sword, and looking to my girths, stood watching the groups around me, when suddenly a dragoon pulled his horse short up, and asked a man if Mr. O'Malley was there. "Yes, I am he." "Orders from General Murray, sir," said the man, and rode off at a canter. I opened and saw that the dispatch was addressed to Sir Arthur Wellesley, with the mere words, "With haste," on the envelope. Now which way to turn I knew not, so, springing into the saddle, I galloped to where Colonel Merivale was standing, talking to the colonel of a heavy dragoon regiment. "May I ask, sir, by which road I am to proceed with this dispatch?" "Along the river, sir," said the heavy, a large, dark-browed man with a most forbidding look. "You'll soon see the troops. You'd better stir yourself, sir, or Sir Arthur is not very likely to be pleased with you." Without venturing a reply to what I felt a somewhat unnecessary taunt, I dashed spurs into my horse, and turned toward the river. I had not gained the bank above a minute, when the loud ringing of a rifle struck upon my ear. Bang went another, and another. I hurried on, however, at the top of my speed, thinking only of my mission and its pressing haste. As I turned an angle of the stream, the vast column of the British came in sight, and scarcely had my eye rested upon them, when my horse staggered forwards, plunged twice with his head nearly to the earth, and then, rearing madly up, fell backwards to the ground. Crushed and bruised as I felt by my fall, I was soon aroused by the necessity of exertion, for as I disengaged myself from the poor beast, I discovered he had been killed by a bullet in the counter, and scarcely had I recovered my legs when a shot struck my shako and grazed my temples. I quickly threw myself to the ground, and creeping on for some yards, reached at last some rising ground, from which I rolled gently downwards into a little declivity, sheltered by the bank from the French fire. When I arrived at headquarters, I was dreadfully fatigued and heated, but resolving not to rest till I had delivered my dispatches, I hastened towards the convent of La Sierra, where I was told the commander-in-chief was. As I came into the court of the convent, filled with general officers and people of the staff, I was turning to ask how I should proceed, when Hicksley caught my eye. "Well, O'Malley, what brings you here?" "Dispatches from General Murray." "Indeed. Oh, follow me." He hurried me rapidly through the buzzing crowd, and ascending a large gloomy stair, introduced me into a room where about a dozen persons in uniform were writing at a long deal table. "Captain Gordon," said he, addressing one of them, "dispatches requiring immediate attention have just been brought in by this officer." Before the sentence was finished, the door opened, and a short, slight man in a grey undress coat, with a white cravat and a cocked hat, entered. The dead silence that ensued was not necessary to assure me that he was one in authority. The look of command his bold, stern features presented, the sharp, piercing eye, the compressed lip, the impressive expression of the whole face, told plainly that he was one who held equally himself and others in mastery. "Send General Sherbrooke here," said he to an aide-de-camp. "Let the light brigade march into position." And then, turning suddenly to me, "Whose dispatches are these?" "General Murray's, sir." I needed no more than that look to assure me that this was he of whom I had heard so much, and of whom the world was still to hear so much more. He opened them quickly, and, glancing his eye across the contents, crushed the paper in his hand. Just as he did so, a spot of blood upon the envelope attracted his attention. "How is this? Are you wounded?" "No, sir, my horse was killed." "Very well, sir. Join your brigade. But stay, I shall have orders for you. Well, Waters, what news?" This question was addressed to an officer in a staff uniform, who entered at the moment, followed by the short and bulky figure of a monk, his shaven crown and large cassock strongly contrasting with the gorgeous glitter of the costumes around him. "I say, whom have we here?" "The Prior of Amarante, sir," replied Waters, "who has just come over. We have already, by his aid, secured 3 large barges." "Let the artillery take up positions in the convent at once," said Sir Arthur, interrupting. "The boats will be brought round to the small creek beneath the orchard. You, sir," turning to me, "will convey to General Murray, but you appear weak. You, Gordon, will desire Murray to effect a crossing at Avintas with the Germans and the 14th. Sherbrooke's division will occupy the Villa Nuova." "What number of men can that seminary take?" "From 300 to 400, sir. The padre mentions that all the vigilance of the enemy is limited to the river below the town." "I perceive it," was the short reply of Sir Arthur, as, placing his hands carelessly behind his back, he walked towards the window and looked out upon the river. All was still as death in the chamber. Not a lip murmured. The feeling of respect for him in whose presence we were standing checked every thought of utterance, while the stupendous gravity of the events before us engrossed every mind and occupied every heart. I was standing near the window. The effect of my fall had stunned me for a time, but I was gradually recovering, and watched with a thrilling heart the scene before me. Great and absorbing as was my interest in what was passing without, it was nothing compared with what I felt as I looked at him upon whom our destiny was then hanging. I had ample time to scan his features and canvass their every lineament. Never before did I look upon such perfect impassibility. The cold, determined expression was crossed by no show of passion or impatience. All was rigid and motionless, and whatever might have been the workings of a spirit within, certainly no external sign betrayed them. And yet, what a moment for him must that have been! Before him, separated by a deep and rapid river, lay the conquering legions of France, led on by one second alone to him whose very name had been the prestige of victory. Unprovided with every regular means of transport, in the broad glare of day, in open defiance of their serried ranks and thundering artillery, he dared the deed. What must have been his confidence in the soldiers he commanded? What must have been his reliance upon his own genius? As such thoughts rushed through my mind, the door opened and an officer entered hastily, and whispering a few words to Colonel Waters, left the room. "One boat is already brought up to the crossing place, and entirely concealed by the wall of the orchard." "Let the man cross," was the brief reply. No other word was spoken, as, turning from the window, he closed his telescope, and, followed by all the others, descended to the courtyard. This simple order was enough. An officer with a company of the buffs embarked, and thus began the passage of the Douro. So engrossed was I in my vigilant observation of our leader that I would gladly have remained at the convent, when I received an order to join my brigade, to which a detachment of artillery was already proceeding. As I reached Avintas, all was in motion. The cavalry was in readiness beside the river, but as yet no boats had been discovered, and such was the impatience of the men to cross, it was with difficulty they were prevented trying the passage by swimming, when suddenly Power appeared, followed by several fishermen. 3 or 4 small skiffs had been found, half sunk in mud, among the rushes, and with such frail assistance we commenced to cross. "There will be something to write home to Galway soon, Charlie, or I'm terribly mistaken," said Fred, as he sprang into the boat beside me. "Was I not a true prophet when I told you we'd meet the French in the morning?" "They're at it already," said Hicksley, as a wreath of blue smoke floated across the stream below us, and the loud boom of a large gun resounded through the air. Then came a deafening shout, followed by a rattling volley of small arms, gradually swelling into a hot sustained fire, through which the cannon pealed at intervals. Several large meadows lay along the riverside, where our brigade was drawn up as the detachments landed from the boats. And here, although nearly a league distant from the town, we now heard the din and crash of battle, which increased every moment. The cannonade from the Sierra convent, which at first was merely the fire of single guns, now thundered away in one long roll, amidst which the sounds of falling walls and crashing roofs were mingled. It was evident to us, from the continual fire kept up, that the landing had been effected, while the swelling tide of musketry told that fresh troops were momentarily coming up. In less than 20 minutes our brigade was formed, and we now only waited for 2 light 4-pounders to be landed, when an officer galloped up in haste and called out, "The French are in retreat!" And pointing at the same moment to the Valonga road, we saw a long line of smoke and dust leading from the town, through which, as we gazed, the colours of the enemy might be seen as they defiled, while the unbroken lines of the wagons and heavy baggage proved that it was no partial movement, but the army itself retreating. 14th, 3 is about, close up, trot, called out the loud and manly voice of our leader, and the heavy tramp of our squadrons shook the very ground as we advanced towards the road to Valonga. As we came on, the scene became one of overwhelming excitement. The masses of the enemy that poured unceasingly from the town could now be distinguished more clearly, and amidst all the crash of gun carriages and caissons, the voices of the staff officers rose high as they hurried along the retreating battalions. A troop of flying artillery galloped forth at top speed, and wheeling their guns into position with the speed of lightning, prepared, by a flanking fire, to cover the retiring column. The gunners sprang from their seats, the guns were already unlimbered, when Sir George Murray, riding up at our left, called out, "Forward, close up, charge!" The word was scarcely spoken when the loud cheer answered the welcome sound, and the same instant the long line of shining helmets passed with the speed of a whirlwind. The pace increased at every stride, the ranks grew closer, and like the dread force of some mighty engine, we fell upon the foe. I have felt all the glorious enthusiasm of a fox hunt when the loud cry of the hounds, answered by the cheer of the joyous huntsman, stirred the very heart within, but never till now did I know how far higher the excitement reaches when man to man, sabre to sabre, arm to arm, we ride forward to the battlefield. On we went, the loud shout of "Forward!" still ringing in our ears. One broken irregular discharge from the French guns shook the head of our advancing column, but stayed us not as we galloped madly on. I remember no more. The din, the smoke, the crash, the cry for quarter mingled with the shout of victory, the flying enemy, the agonizing shrieks of the wounded. All are commingled in my mind, but leave no trace of clearness or connection between them, and it was only when the column wheeled to reform behind the advancing squadrons that I awoke from my trance of maddening excitement, and perceived that we had carried the position and cut off the guns of the enemy. "Well done, 14th," said an old grey-headed colonel as he rode along our line. "Gallantly done, lads." The blood trickled from a sabre cut on his temple along his cheek as he spoke, but he either knew it not or heeded it not. "There go the Germans," said Power, pointing to the remainder of our brigade as they charged furiously upon the French infantry and rode them down in masses. Our guns came up at this time, and a plunging fire was opened upon the thick and retreating ranks of the enemy. The carnage must have been terrific, for the long breaches of their lines showed where the squadrons of the cavalry had passed, or the most destructive tide of the artillery had swept through them. The speed of the flying columns grew momentarily more, the road became blocked up too, by broken carriages and wounded, and to add to their discomfiture, a damaging fire now opened from the town upon the retreating column, while the brigade of guards and the 29th pressed hotly on their rear. The scene was now beyond anything maddening in its interest. From the walls of Oporto the English infantry poured forth in pursuit, while the whole river was covered with boats as they still continued to cross over. The artillery thundered from the Sierra to protect the landing, for it was even then contested in places, and the cavalry, charging in flank, swept the broken ranks and bore down upon the squares. It was now, when the full tide of victory ran highest in our favour, that we were ordered to retire from the road. Column after column passed before us, unmolested and unassailed, and not even a cannon shot arrested their steps. Some unaccountable timidity of our leader directed this movement, and while before our very eyes the gallant infantry were charging the retiring columns, we remained still and inactive. How little did the sense of praise we had already won repay us for the shame and indignation we experienced at this moment, as with burning cheek and compressed lip we watched the retreating files. "What can he mean? Is there not some mistake? Are we never to charge?" were the muttered questions around, as a staff officer galloped up with the order to take ground still further back and nearer to the river. The word was scarcely spoken when a young officer, in the uniform of a general, dashed impetuously up. He held his plumed cap high above his head as he called out, "14th, follow me! Left face, wheel, charge!" So, with the word, we were upon them. The French rearguard was at this moment at the narrowest point of the road, which opened by a bridge upon a large open space, so that, forming with a narrow front and favoured by a declivity in the ground, we actually rode them down. Twice the French formed, and twice were they broken. Meanwhile the carnage was dreadful on both sides, our fellows dashing madly forward where the ranks were thickest, the enemy resisting with the stubborn courage of men fighting for their last spot of ground. So impetuous was the charge of our squadrons that we stopped not till, piercing the dense column of the retreating mass, we reached the open ground beyond. Here we wheeled and prepared once more to meet them, when suddenly some squadrons of cuirassiers debouched from the road, and, supported by a field piece, showed front against us. This was the moment that the remainder of our brigade should have come to our aid, but not a man appeared. However, there was not an instant to be lost. Already the plunging fire of the 4-pounder had swept through our files, and every moment increased our danger. "Once more, my lads! Forward!" cried out our gallant leader, Sir Charles Stuart, as, waving his sabre, he dashed into the thickest of the fray. So sudden was our charge that we were upon them before they were prepared, and here ensued a terrific struggle. For as the cavalry of the enemy gave way before us, we came upon the close ranks of the infantry at half-pistol distance, who poured a withering volley into us as we approached. But what could arrest the sweeping torrent of our brave fellows, though every moment falling in numbers? Harvey, our major, lost his arm near the shoulder. Scarcely an officer was not wounded. Power received a deep sabre cut in the cheek from an aide-de-camp of General Foy, in return for a wound he gave the general, while I, in my endeavour to save General Laborde when unhorsed, was cut down through the helmet, and so stunned that I remembered no more around me. I kept my saddle, it is true, but I lost every sense of consciousness. My first glimmering of reason coming to my aid as I lay upon the river bank, and felt my faithful follower Mike bathing my temples with water, as he kept up a running fire of lamentations for my being murthered so young. "Are you better, Mr. Charles? Spake to me, Alana! Say that you're not killed, darling! Do now! Oh, will I ever say to the master? And you doing so beautifully! Won't he give the best baste in his stable to be looking at you today? There, take us up. It's only water. Bad luck to them, but it's hard work beating them. They're only gone now. That's right, now you're coming to. Where am I, Mike? It's here you are, darling, resting yourself. Well, Charlie, poor fellow, you've got sore bones too, cried Power, as, his face swathed in bandages and covered with blood, he lay down on the grass beside me. It was a gallant thing while it lasted, but has cost us dearly, oh, poor Hixley. What of him? Said I, anxiously. Poor fellow, he has seen his last battlefield. He fell across me as we came upon the road. I lifted him up in my arms and bore him along above 50 yards, but he was stone dead. Not a sigh, not a word escaped him. Shot through the forehead. As he spoke, his lips trembled, and his voice sank to a mere whisper at the last words. You remember what he said last night? Poor fellow. He was every inch a soldier. Such was his epitaph. I turned my head towards the scene of our late encounter. Some dismounted guns and broken wagons alone marked the spot, while far in the distance the dust of the retreating columns showed the beaten enemy as they hurried towards the frontiers of Spain. End of section 118. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 119 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090, California, United States of America. Portugal Part I. The Age of Chivalry. Historical note. Up to the middle of the 12th century, Portugal, or Lusitania, as the Romans called the country, was only a part of Spain, and like the eastern part of the peninsula, it was overrun first by Germans, then by Moors. About the time of the Cid, that is, in the middle of the 11th century, King Ferdinand of Castile conquered the northern part of Portugal. There were many savage battles between the Christians and the Moors, but finally Count Alfonso of Portugal won a great victory at Ourique in 1139, and became King of Portugal. Wars with Spain followed, and a little later quarrels with the Pope, but the early part of the 14th century was marked by brilliant progress. It was during this period that Portugal's commercial enterprise began to flourish. End of section 119. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 120 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 5, Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 120. How the first King of Portugal won his kingdom, 1139-1185, by Oswald Crawfurd. Toward the end of the 11th century, King Alfonso VI of Spain appealed to all Christians to help him against the Moors. Among those who came to his aid was Count Henry of Burgundy, who afterwards married the king's daughter and became Count of Portugal. It was their son, Alfonso Henrique, who won the Battle of Ourique and became Alfonso I of Portugal. One of the Moorish chroniclers describes as follows the method of this warlike king in capturing a stronghold. The editor. This enemy of God, says the exasperated analyst, would set about the taking of strong places in this fashion. Choosing a dark and stormy night, he would sally forth with only a handful of picked men. Arrived before the castle he intended to attack, the king it was in person who would be the first to scale the walls. When he had reached the parapet, he would throw himself upon the first sentinel, and holding a dagger to his breast, compel him to answer the usual challenge of his fellows without arousing their suspicions. After this, he would wait in the embrasure of the battlements till his men had followed. Then suddenly the king would raise his war cry of Santiago, and the whole party would fall furiously, sword in hand, upon the garrison. Two of his captures of special importance, the towns of Santarém and Lisbon, are thus described. The continued possession by his enemies of the great stronghold of Santarém, a point d'appui for yearly aggression, was, we are told, an unceasing vexation to the soul of the Portuguese king. This city and citadel lay, and still lie, on the north bank of the Tagus, in the center of a rich plain, which extended wedge-like into the heart of the desert borderland of Extremadura. It therefore was the Saracen position which lay nearest and was most threatening to the Christians. Santarém was believed to be impregnable, an opinion justified to this day in the eyes of those who have traced out the ruins of its Moorish citadel on an eminence overlooking the Tagus, and survey the natural and artificial scarps and counterscarps of the hillsides along which it is built. Warfare in that age and country was, as we have already seen, to a great extent an affair of sieges, and, in so far as it was so, the advantage was altogether with the Saracens. And the art of building strong places, of taking them and of resisting capture, the Christian nations of Europe had inherited, and had not improved upon, the clumsy artillery, if we may use the word in its first sense, of the Romans, and the Crusaders in Asia Minor and Syria found themselves as much inferior to the Saracens in this branch of the military art as did the Christians of Spain and Portugal. The defenders of Santarém, therefore, felt perfectly secure in a strong, watchful garrison, in their lofty turrets, garnished with all the artifice of Arabian war science, and secure still in the proved ignorance of their enemies. To take Santarém openly and in the light of day was clearly impossible. But it was an age in which stratagem made an essential and honorable branch of the art of war, and in which branch of it the keener and more subtle wits of the Orientals were also greatly at an advantage. In the spring of the year 1147, King Alfonso Henrique lay at Coimbra, his capital, when he schemed an attempt upon Santarém. He is said to have obtained exact information on the height and position of the walls and towers of Santarém, to have prepared scaling ladders, and to have sketched out a plan of assault. In 3 night marches, his small army had passed the 50 or 60 miles of wild and deserted country that lay between Coimbra and Santarém, successfully eluding the observation of the Saracen outposts and watchers by the way. On the 3rd, some hours before daylight, he was under the walls of the city. The ladders were set, the walls scaled, and the troops, following their king with the war cry of Santiago y Rei Afonso, overpowered the garrison, and the redoubtable stronghold of Santarém was in the hands of the Christians. The capture of Santarém was of more importance to the Christian cause in Portugal than any event within the previous 50 years. It extended Christian territory to the Tagus, made Moorish aggression more difficult, and the Christian invasion of Garb easier than before. The king, however, now meditated an exploit far greater than this, and which, if accomplished, would carry the fame of the Portuguese nation to every Christian court and camp in Europe. This was the capture of Lisbon itself. But, although to take an outpost like Santarém by a sudden and unexpected assault had been proved to be possible, there were circumstances connected with the defences of Lisbon which rendered its capture, with the resources of the King of Portugal, quite beyond the bounds of possibility. Lisbon was, at this time, the richest and most populous city of the peninsula. Moorish accounts compute the number of its inhabitants at between 400,000 and 500,000. Its magnificent sea approach had long made it the chief emporium of trade between Europe and northern Africa. The city lies on the northern bank of the Tagus, where the river broadens into a lake-like estuary. From the edge of the water rose the city, as it still rises, amphitheatre-wise upon hilly ground. On the northern slopes of these hills was situated the Kasbah, or Moorish citadel, with its round turrets, its ditches, and its battlemented curtains. Strong lines of fortification extended from either side of the fortress to the river, and enclosed the whole city except on the river side, where it was sufficiently protected by the Moorish fleets. The efforts of the Portuguese against so formidable an enceinte would certainly have proved futile, and it is not likely that even the enterprising King Alfonso Henrique would have made any attempt, but for a wholly unlooked-for occurrence. 2 years before the capture of Santarém, the First Crusade had ended in complete disaster to the Christian arms in Asia Minor, and levies were already gathering in France and in Germany for a fresh expedition to the east. A large force of Frenchmen and Germans were at this time traveling overland to Palestine, along the route which had already been followed by a previous generation of crusaders. But the levies from England, North Germany, and the Low Countries, not unaccustomed to the sea, preferred, to the fatigues of a tedious journey afoot through Hungary and modern European Turkey, the long and dangerous voyage from the mouths of the Rhine down the British Channel, across the Bay of Biscay, and through the Pillars of Hercules into the Mediterranean. News of these sea-travelling crusaders had probably reached the King of Portugal through France long before its slow and timid navigation had brought the fleet within sight of his shores, and it is almost certain that he had foreseen and planned the combination which he subsequently put into practice. The German crusaders under Arnulf of Aarschot and the Flemings under Christian of Gistel had put in at Dartmouth, there to join the English contingent. These latter were commanded by 4 constables, and the whole force assembled in the port of Dartmouth numbered about 13,000 fighting men, of whom the greater number probably were Englishmen. It happened that among the English crusaders was a scholar, no doubt a churchman of the inferior rank, who subsequently drew up a lengthy account in the form of a letter of the voyage and of its various incidents, in a manner so graphic that it furnishes us with by far the best and fullest description that has come down to the present time of the curious episode of the siege of Lisbon. The English portion of the fleet first made land on the coast of northern Spain. Then, creeping round westward, they put in at Oporto to await the arrival of the Flemish and German contingent, from whom they had parted company in a gale. At Oporto, the crusaders were met by the bishop of that city, who had the king's commands to receive them courteously, and to invite them to proceed to Lisbon, and to join the Portuguese troops in an attack upon that stronghold. After some discussion, and upon the arrival of the rest of the crusaders, it was agreed by them to join their forces to those of the king, in a work kindred to that for which they had left their own country. The fleet accordingly set sail for the Tagus, while the king's troops marched thither by land. Much of the latter is taken up with accounts of the dissensions between the members of the various nationalities which composed the crusading armies, and the mode in which peace was kept among these unruly warriors by the king of the Portuguese. The powerful fleet of the crusaders cut off the communications of the Lisbon garrison by water, and the troops disembarking and joining with the Portuguese were sufficient to encompass the whole city. But the Moorish garrison was a strong one, and the defences in good order. Continual sorties were made from the city, and in the fighting which took place, the advantage was as often on the side of the Saracens as of the besiegers. Finally, the English troops succeeded, after heavy loss, in penetrating the suburbs of the city, which, though lying outside the city wall, were tenanted by a large population. Here also were the grain stores of the inhabitants, and from this time the garrison suffered severely from famine. In the various arts of siege warfare, the Saracens had always the advantage. They were the more ingenious, and the more watchful, and the more active. A tower on wheels built by the English crusaders was burnt. Another, constructed at great expense of time and trouble by the Germans, met the same fate. Mining works, prepared by the Flemings on a large scale, were countermined by the garrison and destroyed. The war engines of the Saracens were superior in size and power to those of the Christians, and the besiegers were assailed by overpowering showers of stones and darts whenever they advanced to the assault. Finally, however, a Pisan engineer devised a wooden tower on wheels of unexampled proportions. Englishmen and Portuguese worked in company at its construction, and 50 English and 50 Portuguese soldiers having manned this moving castle, and each man of the 100 having been supplied with a piece of the true cross, it was rolled up to the city wall amid the breathless expectation of the besieging hosts. The Saracens, seeing the imminence of their danger, sallied forth in great numbers and attacked the approaching tower. The Pisan engineer who directed the operation was wounded and disabled by a stone hurled from a Moorish catapult. The tide, flowing unusually high, covered the sands on which the tower was moving and cut off support from the besiegers. But it came nearer and nearer, and finally reached to within a yard of the parapets, whose height it equaled. Then a drawbridge was thrown across, and the English and the Portuguese were preparing to enter the city, when the Saracens, seeing further resistance to be useless, surrendered. The city capitulated and was mercilessly sacked. The king lost no time in devising for the captured city a form of municipal government, which strongly testifies to his liberality, toleration, and wisdom, in an age when the narrow bigotry and ferocity of kings and rulers were usually as conspicuous as these qualities in their subjects. The Moslem population were treated by the Portuguese in a manner which was in singular contrast to the contemporary atrocities of the Crusaders in the East, for the Moors of Lisbon were neither put to the sword, nor compelled to change their religion, nor enslaved, nor even banished. They continued to reside in the city, and they enjoyed, under a charter granted by the king, considerable liberties and privileges. They retained in their own hands the election of a judge, and the taxation to which they were subjected does not appear to have been excessive. The king's administration of church affairs was equally liberal and judicious. He appointed many foreign ecclesiastics to the newly created chief offices of the church, among whom Gilbert, an Englishman, was the first bishop of Lisbon. The king likewise turned his attention to the establishment of a navy, which his countrymen had never yet possessed. He favored naval enterprise by conferring knightly rank and the privilege of citizenship on native and on foreign sailors, and he drew thereby Flemings, Englishmen, and North Germans into the new commercial marine of Portugal. Thus encouraged by a wise protection and by impartial justice, soon after the capture of Lisbon, and what might have been its commercial ruin, its trade acquired a sudden and a great and a permanent development. As the years passed, King Alfonso Henrique left warfare with the Moors to his son, Sancho, and gave his attention to the welfare of his people. When he was 75 years old, however, the Moors made a determined effort to regain Santarém. Sancho, shut up in the beleaguered city, had done everything in his power, and it did not seem as if he could hold out many hours longer. The following story tells what came to pass. From the towers of Santarém, the hard-pressed garrison perceived a numerous troop of rapidly approaching cavalry. They distinguished the pennons and banners of Christian knights, and as the troop came nearer, they recognized the well-known form of the old king himself, riding at the head of his knights. He had come by forced marches to the succor of his son from the extreme north of Portugal. The gates of the city were thrown open, the garrison sallied forth, and joining the king's men, they fell together upon the vast host of the Saracens. The besiegers, panic-struck at the sudden apparition of the terrible King of Portugal, the triumphant shouting of the garrison, and the sudden combined assault, were put to flight. The emir himself was slain, and his armies driven over the Tagus, and forced to a disastrous rout across the Moorish frontier. And thus, by what seemed a real miracle in contemporary eyes, was Portugal freed in a day from the greatest peril with which it had ever been threatened. End of section 120. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 121. Of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 5, Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 121. The Penance of a Prince, about 1240, by Edward McMurdo. Ferdinand, Infant of Serpa, brother of King Sancho II, had not only shown utter disregard of the authority of the Church, but he had wantonly destroyed her property and that of her clergy. He had desecrated her sanctuaries, and he had with the utmost brutality put her devoted ministers to a violent and cruel death. As the years passed, the blackness of his crimes became a torture to him. He found neither peace by day nor rest by night. He made up his mind to go to the Pope and beg for absolution, no matter how severe a penance might be decreed for him. The Editor. Ferdinand departed from Portugal and proceeded to Rome, where he was to meet the persecuted bishop and some of his victims. He cast himself at the feet of Gregory IX, who absolved him, yielding to the petitions of the very ones whom the Infant had offended. The penance enjoined on the delinquent was proportioned to the gravity of the crimes, and the reparation, such as humanly speaking, could be exacted. The Pope bade the Infant return to Portugal, and not only restore to the Church all he had taken, but likewise redeem, as far as he could, conformably to the will of the prelates, the damages and affronts made generally to the Church, and that, far from persecuting the Bishop of Lisbon and his relatives and friends, he should protect and defend them, and abstaining from again placing violent hands on ecclesiastics, he should deliver up the price of the blood he had spilt to the relatives of the dead, or to the Church to which they belonged. Yet this was not all that the repentant Infant had to perform. During Lent he was to go through a long process of expiation. With unshaven beard and head covered with ashes, he was to assist at the porch of the temple in all the offices and services of the 40 days, and during these days he was forbidden to wear silk, scarlet, or embroideries in gold. On Good Friday the bishop or priest should then come to him according to the ceremonial of the ritual, and taking his hand admit him to the communion of the faithful, and on that day to clothe 10 poor persons, after washing their feet. During the whole of Lent he was to feed 5 beggars at his own table, but on Fridays he was to eat his meals on the ground, from only 1 dish, and served solely by 1 servant. After his admission into the church on Good Friday, he was to proceed barefooted to all the churches of the town, and then be permitted to shave and wash himself. Besides this, for 7 years he was to perform a great number of fasts, and to abstain from flesh meat on Saturdays, except in urgent cases, or on Christmas Day, should it fall on that day. The penance enjoined especially for the deaths which took place in Santarem was more severe. After the first week of his arrival at that town, the Infant, simply clothed in a tunic and cloak, barefooted and cords around his neck, was to quit the Dominican covenant, and passing through the monastery of the Hospitallers, proceed to the church of Sancta Maria da Alcova, and in the porch be scourged by a priest, the psalm Miserere me Deus being meanwhile intoned. Besides this, he was to redeem 20 captives, have no alliance with Saracens, nor live in their midst, or assist them against the Christians, but, on the contrary, combat them unceasingly for 3 years, particularly on the frontiers of Portugal. Before departing, Ferdinand swore, in presence of the pontiff, to be the defender of the Church, obeying the apostolic legates, and honoring them. The remorse of Ferdinand was so sincere that he fulfilled with the utmost strictness the long and difficult penance enjoined upon him. The Editor. End of section 121. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 122 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The World's Story, Volume 5, Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 122. The Coronation of Inez de Castro, about 1347, by Felicia D. About the middle of the 14th century, Alfonso IV was on the throne of Portugal. His son, Dom Pedro, greatly loved the beautiful Inez de Castro. She and her powerful friends were so rapidly gaining influence over the prince that King Alfonso finally yielded to the enemies of her family and allowed her to be assassinated. Pedro had once rebelled against his father, and 2 years later, when he himself had become king, he put her murderers to death with terrible tortures. He declared that she had been his lawful wife, and that royal homage should be paid to her. Her body was taken from the tomb, arrayed in magnificent robes, and a crown set upon the head. Then it was placed upon the throne. The line of grandees filed before her under the watchful eye of the king, each one kneeling in deference and swearing fealty to her as his lawful sovereign. Her body was then laid upon a bier, and at night, through a long avenue lined with torch-bearers, it was borne to its resting place among the sovereigns of Portugal. The Editor. There was music on the midnight, from the royal fane it rolled, and a mighty bell, each pause between, sternly and slowly tolled. Strange was their mingling in the sky, it hushed the listener's breath, for the music spoke of triumph high, the lonely bell of death. There was a hurrying through the midnight, a sound of many feet, but they fell with a muffled fearfulness along the shadowy street, and softer, fainter grew their tread as it neared the minster gate, whence a broad and solemn light was shed from a scene of royal state. Full glowed the strong red radiance in the centre of the nave, where the folds of a purple canopy swept down in many a wave, loading the marble pavement old with a weight of gorgeous gloom, for something lay midst their fretted gold, like a shadow of the tomb. And within that rich pavilion, high on a glittering throne, a woman's form sat silently midst the glare of light alone. Her jewelled robes fell strangely still. The drapery on her breast seemed with no pulse beneath to thrill, so stone-like was its rest. But a peal of lordly music shook e'en the dust below, when the burning gold of the diadem was set on her pallid brow. Then died away the haughty sound, and from the encircling band stepped prince and chief, midst the hush profound, with homage to her hand. Why passed a faint cold shuddering over each martial frame, as one by one to touch that hand noble and leader came? Was not the settled aspect fair? Did not a queenly grace under the parted ebon hair sit on the pale still face? Death, death, canst thou be lovely unto the eye of life? Is not each pulse of the quick high breast with thy cold mien at strife? It was a strange and fearful sight, the crown upon the head, the glorious robes and the blaze of light, all gathered round the dead. And beside her stood in silence one with a brow as pale, and white lips rigidly compressed, lest the strong heart should fail. King Pedro, with a jealous eye, watching the homage done by the land's flower and chivalry to her, his martyred one. But on the face he looked not, which once his star had been. To every form his glance was turned, save the breathless queen. Though something won from the grave's embrace of her beauty still was there, its hues were all of that shadowy place it is not for him to bear. Alas, the crown, the sceptre, the treasures of the earth, and the priceless love that poured those gifts alike of wasted worth. The rites are closed. Bear back the dead unto the chamber deep. Lay down again the royal head, dust with the dust to sleep. There is music on the midnight, a requiem sad and low, and the mourners through the sounding aisle in dark procession go, and the ring of state, and the starry crown, and all the rich array are borne to the house of silence down, with her, that queen of clay. And tearlessly and firmly King Pedro led the train, but his face was wrapped in his folding robe when they lowered the dust again. 'Tis hushed at last, the tomb above, hymns die, the steps depart. Who called thee strong as death, O love? Mightier thou wast and art. End of section 122.
Section 123 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hypatia. The World Story, Volume 5. Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 123. The Betrothal of Princess Philippa, 1385, by Sir John Froissart. Portugal was still an unimportant little country, often engaged in warfare with the more powerful land of Spain. Each country sought for allies. Castile found them in the French, Portugal in the English. In 1385, the great battle of Aljubarrota was fought, and the Portuguese were the winners. The English archers had been of great service to them in this battle, and now the barons and knights and magistrates of the principal towns in Portugal met together in Lisbon to plan how to make a closer alliance with England. The way was open. The Duke of Lancaster, uncle to Richard II, King of England, had married a daughter of the late King of Castile. Their daughter Constance had, then, a claim to the Castilian throne. Therefore the wily Portuguese wrote some letters to the Duke, saying that now was the time to stand for the rights of his daughter, and that if he wished to enter Castile, he might pass through Portugal. In England at that date, French was the court language, and Latin the literary language. Therefore the letters were written in both tongues, and a messenger was chosen who could speak French as easily as Portuguese, one Lawrence Fongas. The Duke was well pleased with the suggestion, and set out with his wife and children and men-at-arms for Portugal. The Editor. The King of Portugal was well pleased at the arrival of the English knights, and commanded that they should be comfortably lodged. When they were ready, Don Martin da Cunha and Don Fernando Martin de Merlo, who were acquainted with the king's habits, introduced them to him. He received them very graciously, and after some conversation, which they knew well how to keep up, they presented the falcons and greyhounds. The king cheerfully accepted them, as he was fond of the chase. They returned the king thanks, on the part of the Duke and Duchess of Lancaster, for the handsome mules he had given them. The king replied, these were trifles, merely tokens of affection, such as lords desirous of maintaining love and friendship ought to make to each other. But he should soon offer more splendid presents. Wine and spices were now brought, of which the English knights having partaken, they took leave of the king and returned to their lodgings, where they supped. On the morrow they were seated at the king's table. Sir John d'Ambreticourt and Sir John Sounder were at another table with the great barons of the kingdom, among whom was Lawrence Fongas, squire of honour to the king, who was well known to these knights, having been acquainted with them in England, on which account he made them the best cheer in his power, and this he knew well how to do. The dinner the King of Portugal gave to these knights was very handsome and well served. When over, they adjourned to the council chamber, and the knights, addressing themselves to the king, the Count d'Acunha, and the Count de Novaire, spoke as follows. Sire, with all the compliments the Duke of Lancaster has charged us to pay you, he ordered us to say that he is very desirous of having a personal interview with you. The king replied he was equally anxious for it, and added, I beg of you to hasten everything as much as possible, that we may have a conference together. That will be very proper, said the barons of Portugal, for until you meet you will never understand each other. You may then confer on the most effectual means of carrying on the war against the King of Castile. That is true, answered the knights. Be speedy about it then, said the king, for if the Duke wishes to see me, I wish also to see him. They then entered on other conversation, for the council was to determine when and where this meeting should take place, and informed the English knights of it. This was done. It was agreed the King of Portugal should go to Oporto, and the Duke of Lancaster advanced along the borders of Galicia, and somewhere between them and Oporto the meeting was to be held. When the English knights had remained 3 days at Coimbra, they departed and followed the same road back to St. Jago, where they related to the Duke and Duchess all that had passed. They were with reason well satisfied with it, for their affairs seemed now likely to be attended to. When the day of meeting approached, the Duke of Lancaster left his army under the command of his marshal at St. Jago, and attended by 300 spears and 600 archers, and Sir John Holland, who had married his eldest daughter, with many knights, rode toward the frontiers of Portugal. The King of Portugal, hearing that the Duke was set out from St. Jago, left Oporto with 600 spears, and went to a town called in that country Monsao, the last town of Portugal on that side. The Duke came to a town on the frontiers called Melgaço. Between Monsao and Lemgaço runs a small river through meadows and fields, over which is a bridge called Pont de More. On a Thursday morning, the King of Portugal and the Duke of Lancaster had their first interview at this bridge, attended by their escorts, when they made acquaintance with each other. On the King of Portugal's side had been built a bower covered with leaves, in which the Duke was entertained at dinner by the King. It was a handsome one, and the Bishop of Coimbra, the Bishop of Oporto, as also the Archbishop of Braganza, were seated at the King's table with the Duke, and a little below him were Sir John Holland and Sir Henry Beaumont. There were many minstrels, and this entertainment lasted until night. The King of Portugal was that day clothed in white lined with crimson, with a red cross of St. George, being the dress of the Order of Avis, of which he was Grand Master. When the people had elected him their king, he declared he would always wear that dress in honour of God and St. George, and his attendants were all dressed in white and crimson. When it became late, they took leave of each other, with the engagement of meeting again on the morrow. The king went to Monsao, and the duke to Melgaço, which places were only separated by the river and meadows. On the Friday, after hearing the mass, they mounted their horses and rode over the Pont de More to the spot where they had met the preceding day. The house which had been erected for this occasion was the fairest and greatest that had ever been seen there. The king and duke had each their apartments hung with cloth and covered with carpets, as convenient as if the king had been at Lisbon or the duke in London. Before dinner they had a conference on the state of their affairs, how they should carry on the war, and when they should commence it. They resolved to order their marshals to continue their attacks during the winter, which the king was to pass in Portugal, and the duke at St. Jago, and it was settled that, early in March, they would unite their forces, and march to combat the King of Castile, wherever he might be and whomever he might have with him, for the English and Portuguese, when united, would be full 30,000 men. When this had been determined, the King's Council introduced the subject of marriage with their king, for the country was very desirous he would marry, as it was now time, and by it they would be much strengthened. And they thought he could not make a better choice for himself, nor one more agreeable to them, than by intermarrying with the house of Lancaster. The Duke, who saw the attachment the King and the Portuguese had for him, and that he had need of their assistance, as he was come from England to Portugal to regain his kingdom of Castile, replied with a smile, addressing the King, "Sir King, I have at St. Jago 2 girls, and I will give you the choice to take which of them shall please you best. Send thither your counsel, and I will return her with them." "Many thanks," said the King. "You offer me more than I ask. I will leave my cousin Catherine of Castile, but I demand your daughter Philippa in marriage, whom I will espouse and make my queen." At these words the conference broke up, as it was dinner time. They were seated as on the preceding day, and most sumptuously and plentifully served, according to the custom of that country. After dinner, the King and Duke returned to their lodgings. On the Saturday after Mass, they again mounted their horses, and returned to Pont de More in grand array. The Duke this day entertained at dinner the King and his attendants. His apartments were decorated with the richest tapestry, with his arms emblazoned on it, and as splendidly ornamented as if he had been at Hertford, Leicester, or at any of his mansions in England, which very much astonished the Portuguese. 3 bishops and 1 archbishop were seated at the upper table, the bishops of Lisbon, of Oporto, of Coimbra, and the Archbishop of Braganza. The King of Portugal was placed at the middle, and the Duke somewhat below him. A little lower than the Duke, the Count d'Acunha and the Count de Novaire. At the head of the second table was the Deputy Grand Master of Avis, then the Grand Master of St. James in Portugal, and the Grand Master of St. John, Diego Lopez Pacheco, João Fernandes Pacheco his son, Lopo Vasquez d'Acunha, Vasco Martin d'Acunha, Lopo Diaz de Savedo, Vasco Martin de Merlot, Gonsalves de Merlot, all great barons. The Abbot of Aljubarrota, the Abbot of St. Mary in Estremadura, Sir Alvarez Pereira, Marshal of Portugal, João Rodrigues Pereira, João Gomes de Silva, João Rodrigues de Sá, and many other Portuguese knights were there seated, for not one Englishman was at the table that day, but served their guests. There were numbers of minstrels who played their parts well, and the Duke gave them and the heralds 100 nobles each. Footnote, about $165. End of footnote. When this festival was ended, they took a most friendly leave of each other until they should meet again. The king returned to Oporto, and the Duke to Melgaço, from whence he journeyed towards St. Jago. The Count de Novaire escorted him with 100 Portuguese lancers until he was out of all danger, when he took leave and returned to Portugal. The Duchess was very impatient for the Duke's return, to hear how the conferences had passed. Of course, you may suppose she received him with joy. She asked what he thought of the King of Portugal. "On my faith," replied the Duke, "he is an agreeable man, and has the appearance of being a valiant one, and I think he will reign powerfully, for he is much beloved by his subjects, who say that they have not been so fortunate in a king for these 100 years. He is but 26 years old, and, like the Portuguese, strong and well formed in his limbs and body to go through much labour and pain." "Well, and what was done in regard to the marriage?" said the Duchess. "I have given him one of my daughters." "Which?" asked the Duchess. "I have offered him the choice of Catherine or Philippa, for which he thanked me much, and has fixed on Philippa." "He is in the right," said the Duchess, "for my daughter Catherine is too young for him." End of section 123. This recording is in the public domain. Section 124 of Italy, France, Spain and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hypatia. The World Story Volume 5, Italy, France, Spain and Portugal, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 124, A Joust at the Court of Portugal, about 1400, by Sir John Froissart. During the stay of the Duke of Lancaster in Entenza, a herald arrived from Valladolid, who demanded where Sir John Holland was lodged. On being shown thither, he found Sir John within, and bending his knee, presented him with a letter, saying, "Sir, I am a herald-at-arms, whom Sir Reginald de Roy sends hither. He salutes you by me, and you will be pleased to read this letter." Sir John answered he would willingly do so. Having opened it, he read that Sir Reginald de Roy entreated him, for the love of his mistress, that he would deliver him from his vow by tilting with him 3 courses with a lance, 3 attacks with a sword, 3 with a battle-axe, and 3 with a dagger, and that, if he chose to come to Valladolid, he had provided him an escort of 60 spears, but if it were more agreeable to him to remain in Entenza, he desired he would obtain from the Duke of Lancaster a passport for himself and 30 companions. When Sir John Holland had perused the letter, he smiled, and looking at the herald said, "Friend, thou art welcome, for thou hast brought me what pleases me much, and I accept the challenge. Thou wilt remain in my lodging with my people, and in the course of tomorrow thou shalt have my answer, whether the tilts are to be in Galicia or Castile." The herald replied, "God grant it." He remained in Sir John's lodgings, where he was made comfortable, and Sir John went to the Duke of Lancaster, whom he found in conversation with the Marshal, and showed him the letter the herald had brought. "Well," said the Duke, "and have you accepted it?" "Yes, by my faith, have I, And why not? I love nothing better than fighting, and the knight entreats me to indulge him. Consider, therefore, where you would choose it should take place." The Duke mused a while, and then said, "It shall be performed in this town. Have a passport made out in what terms you please, and I will seal it." "It is well said," replied Sir John, "and I will, in God's name, soon make out the passport." The passport was fairly written and sealed, for 30 knights and squires to come and return, and Sir John Holland, when he delivered it to the herald, presented him with a handsome mantle lined with minever, and 12 nobles. The herald took leave and returned to Valladolid, where he related what had passed and showed his presents. News of this tournament was carried to Oporto, where the King of Portugal kept his court. "In the name of God," said the king, "I will be present at it, and so shall my queen and the ladies." "Many thanks," replied the Duchess, "for I shall be accompanied by the king and queen when I return." It was not long after this conversation that the King of Portugal, the Queen, the Duchess with her daughter, and the ladies of the court set out for Atenza in grand array. The Duke of Lancaster, when they were near at hand, mounted his horse, and attended by a numerous company, went to meet them. When the king and the duke met, they embraced each other most kindly, and entered the town together, where their lodgings were as well prepared as they could be in such a place, though they were not so magnificent as if they had been in Paris. 3 days after the arrival of the King of Portugal came Sir Reginald de Roy, handsomely accompanied by knights and squires, to the amount of 60 horse. They were all properly lodged, for the Duke had given his officers strict orders they should be well taken care of. On the morrow Sir John Holland and Sir Reginald de Roy armed themselves, and rode into a spacious close in Atenza, well sanded, where the tilts were to be performed. Scaffolds were erected for the ladies, the king, the duke, and the many English lords who had come to witness the combat, for none had stayed at home. The 2 knights who were to perform this deed of arms entered the lists so well armed and equipped that nothing was wanting. Their spears, battle-axes, and swords were brought them, and each, being mounted on the best of horses, placed himself about a bow-shot distant from the other, but at times they both pranced about on their horses most gallantly, for they knew every eye to be upon them. All being now arranged for their combat, which was to include everything except pushing it to extremity, though no one could see what mischief might happen, nor how it would end, for they were to tilt with pointed lances, then with swords, which were so sharp that scarcely a helmet could resist their strokes, and these were succeeded by battle-axes and daggers, each so well tempered that nothing could withstand them. Now consider the perils those run who engage in such combats to exalt their honour, for one unlucky stroke puts an end to the business. Having braced their targets and examined each other to the visors of their helmets, they spurred on their horses, spear in hand. Though they allowed their horses to gallop as they pleased, they advanced on as straight a line as if it had been drawn with a cord, and hit each other on the visors with such force that Sir Reginald's lance was shivered into 4 pieces, which flew to a greater height than they could have been thrown. All present allowed this to have been gallantly done. Sir John Holland struck Sir Reginald likewise on the visor, but not with the same success, and I will tell you why. Sir Reginald had but slightly laced on his helmet, so that it was held by one thong only, which broke at the blow, and the helmet flew over his head, leaving Sir Reginald bareheaded. Each passed the other, and Sir John Holland bore his lance without halting. The spectators cried out that it was a handsome course. The knights returned to their station, when Sir Reginald's helmet was fitted on again and another lance given to him. Sir John grasped his own, which was not worsted. When ready, they set off full gallop, for they had excellent horses under them, which they knew well how to manage, and again struck each other on the helmets, so that sparks of fire came from them, but chiefly from Sir John Holland's. He received a very severe blow, for this time the lance did not break, neither did Sir John's, which hit the visor of his adversary without much effect, passing through and leaving it on the crupper of the horse, and Sir Reginald was once more bareheaded. "Ha!" cried the English to the French, "he does not fight fair. Why is not his helmet as well buckled on as Sir John Holland's? We say he is playing tricks. Tell him to put himself on an equal footing with his adversary." "Hold your tongue," said the Duke, "and let them alone. In arms everyone takes what advantage he can. If Sir John thinks there is any advantage in thus fastening on his helmet, he may do the same, but for my part, were I in their situations, I would lace my helmet as tight as possible, and if 100 were asked their opinions, there would be 80 of my way of thinking." The English on this were silent, and never again interfered. The ladies declared they had nobly jousted, and they were much praised by the King of Portugal, who said to Sir John Fernando, "In our country they do not tilt so well, nor so gallantly. What say you, Sir John?" "By my faith, sir," replied he, "they do tilt well, and formerly I saw as good jousts before your brother when we were at Elvas to oppose the King of Castile, between this Frenchman and Sir William Windsor, but I never heard that his helmet was tighter laced than it is now." The king on this turned to Sir John to observe the knights, who were about to begin their third course. Sir John and Sir Reginald eyed each other to see if any advantage were to be gained, for their horses were so excellent that they could manage them as they pleased, and sticking spurs into them, hit their helmets so sharply that their eyes struck fire, and the shafts of their lances were broken. Sir Reginald was again unhelmed, for he could never avoid this happening, and they passed each other without falling. All now declared they had well jousted, though the English, excepting the Duke of Lancaster, blamed greatly Sir Reginald, but he said he considered that man as wise who in combat knows how to seize his vantage. "No," added he, addressing himself to Sir Thomas Percy and Sir Thomas Moreau, "that Sir Reginald de Roy is not now to be taught how to tilt. He is better skilled than Sir John Holland, though he has borne himself well." After the courses of the lance they fought 3 rounds with swords, battle-axes and daggers, without either of them being wounded. The French carried off Sir Reginald to his lodging, and the English did the same to Sir John Holland. End of section 124. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 125 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090, California, United States of America. Portugal Part II. Exploration and Discovery. Historical Note. King John I, who married Philippa, daughter of the Duke of Lancaster, came to the throne in 1385. Their 4 sons all did them honor, but the best known among them is Prince Henry, called the Navigator, because of his warm interest in the discoveries of the captains whom he sent out to gain knowledge of the world. During his lifetime, his explorers crept cautiously down the western coast of Africa to within 15 degrees of the equator. But, far more than this, his interest in discovery was an inspiration to his countrymen, which lasted for half a century after his death. It led them to sail around the vast unknown mass of land called Africa, and to find their way to the Indies. Trade was opened, and a great Portuguese empire in India was founded. From 1500 to 1600, treasure poured into the successful little country. This was the time of Portugal's glory. End of section 125. This recording is in the public domain.
Section number 126 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Ray Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Prince Henry the Navigator, 1394 to 1460, by John Fiske. Prince Henry, by his victory over the Moors at Ceuta in northern Morocco, won so great a military reputation that on his return he was overwhelmed with invitations to become the leader of armies. The Pope asked him to command the papal forces, and in England, Castile, and Germany, troops were ready to follow his word. The Editor. Such invitations had no charm for Henry. Refusing them one and all, he retired to the promontory of Sangies, in the southernmost province of Portugal, the ancient kingdom of Algarve, of which his father now appointed him governor. That lonely and barren rock, protruding into the ocean, had long ago impressed the imagination of Greek and Roman writers. They called it the Sacred Promontory, and supposed it to be the westernmost limit of the habitable earth. There the young prince proceeded to build an astronomical observatory, the first that his country had ever seen, and to gather about him a school of men competent to teach and men eager to learn the mysteries of map making and the art of navigation. There he spent the greater part of his life. Thence he sent forth his captains to plough the southern seas. And as year after year the weather beaten ships returned from their venturesome pilgrimage, the first glimpse of home that greeted them was likely to be the beacon light in the tower where the master sat poring over problems of Archimedes or watching the stars. For Henry, whose motto was talent de bien faire, or, in the old French usage, desire to do well, was wont to throw himself whole-hearted into whatever he undertook, and the study of astronomy and mathematics he pursued so zealously as to reach a foremost place among the experts of his time. With such tastes and such ambition he was singularly fortunate in wielding ample pecuniary resources. If such a combination could be more often realized, the welfare of mankind would be notably enhanced. Prince Harry was Grand Master of the Order of Christ, an organization half military, half religious, and out of its abundant revenues he made the appropriations needful for the worthy purpose of advancing the interest of science, converting the heathen, and winning a commercial empire for Portugal. At first he had to encounter the usual opposition to lavish expenditure for a distant object without hope of immediate returns, but after a while his dogged perseverance began to be rewarded with such success as to silence all adverse comment. The first work in hand was the rediscovery of coasts and islands that had ceased to be visited even before the breaking up of the Roman Empire. For more than 1,000 years the Madeiras and Canaries had been well nigh forgotten, and upon the coast of the African continent no ship ventured beyond Cape Non, the headland so named because it said "No" to the wistful mariner. End of section 126. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 127 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 5, Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 127. The Search for Prester John, 1486, by John Fiske. For more than 300 years, a legend had been in existence about a mysterious priest John. According to the story, some Nestorian Christians had built up a mighty kingdom somewhere in Asia, and this Prester John was its sovereign. His realm was said to contain most marvelous wild beasts, and even more marvelous races of men. It was rich in precious stones. The earth swarmed with ants that dug gold, and the water with fish that gave forth a brilliant purple dye. The sovereign's palace was more magnificent than the imagination could picture, and 72 great kings paid tribute to its master. Such was the land of Prester John, and small wonder is it that King John of Portugal, nephew of Henry the Navigator, longed to get into communication with such a country of marvels. Moreover, the thoughts of all mercantile nations were turning toward India, but no one knew the shape and size of the mass of land called Africa that hindered their approach to the east, or whether it would be possible to sail round it. What knowledge had been gained of it had come chiefly from the voyage of an enterprising captain, one Diego Cão, who in 1485 had crept cautiously down the African coast 1,000 miles beyond the mouth of the Congo River. The Editor. About the time that Diego Cão was visiting the tribes on the Congo, the Negro king of Benin, a country by the mouth of the Niger, sent an embassy to John II of Portugal, with a request that missionary priests might be sent to Benin. It had been thought that the woolly-haired chieftain was really courting an alliance with the Portuguese, or perhaps he thought their medicine men might have the knack of confounding his foes. The Negro envoy told King John that 1,000 miles or so east of Benin there was an august sovereign who ruled over many subject peoples, and at whose court there was an order of chivalry whose badge emblem was a brazen cross. Such, at least, was the king's interpretation of the Negro's words, and forthwith he jumped to the conclusion that this African potentate must be Prester John, whose name was redolent of all the marvels of the mysterious East. To find Prester John would be a long step toward Golden Cathay and the Isles of Spice. So, the King of Portugal rose to the occasion and attacked the problem on both flanks at once. He sent Pedro de Covilhã by way of Egypt to Aden, and he sent Bartholomew Dias with 3 50-ton caravels to make one more attempt to find an end to the Atlantic coast of Africa. Covilhã's journey was full of interesting experiences. He sailed from Aden to Hindustan, and on his return visited Abyssinia, where the semi-Christian king took such a liking to him that he would never let him go. So, Covilhã spent the rest of his life, more than 30 years, in Abyssinia, whence he was able now and then to send to Portugal items of information concerning Eastern Africa that were afterwards quite serviceable in voyages upon the Indian Ocean. The daring captain Bartholomew Dias started in August 1486, and after passing nearly 400 miles beyond the Tropic of Capricorn, was driven due south before heavy winds for 13 days without seeing land. At the end of this stress of weather, he turned his prows eastward, expecting soon to reach the coast. But as he had passed the southernmost point of Africa, and no land appeared before him, after a while he steered northward, and landed near the mouth of Goritz River, more than 200 miles east of Cape of Good Hope. Thence he pushed on about 400 miles farther eastward, as far as the Great Fish River, where the coast begins to have a steady trend to the northeast. Dias was now fairly in the Indian Ocean, and could look out with wistful triumph upon that waste of waters. But his worn-out crews refused to go any further, and he was compelled, reluctantly, to turn back. On the way homeward, the ships passed in full sight of the famous headland which Dias called the Stormy Cape. But, after arriving at Lisbon in December 1487, when the report of this noble voyage was laid before King John II, his Majesty said, "Nay, let it rather be called the Cape of Good Hope, since there was now much reason to believe that they had found the long-sought ocean route to the Indies." Though this opinion turned out to be correct, it is well for us to remember that the proof was not yet complete. No one could yet say with certainty that the African coast, if followed a few miles east of the Great Fish River, would not again trend southward and run all the way to the pole. The completed proof was not obtained until Vasco da Gama crossed the Indian Ocean 10 years later. This voyage of Bartholomew Dias was longer and in many respects more remarkable than any that it is known to have been made before that time. from Lisbon back to Lisbon, reckoning the sinuosities of the coast, but making no allowance for tacking, the distance run by those tiny crafts was not less than 13,000 miles. End of section 127. This recording is in the public domain. Section 128 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 5, Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 128. The First Voyage to India, 1497, by William H. G. Kingston. The year 1497 had come, and the way to the Indies had not yet been found. Columbus had made 2 voyages across the Atlantic Ocean, and had come to what he supposed was the coast of Asia. But there were rich cities in Asia, and he had seen none of them. He had not even found gold or silver or pearls or precious stones or spices. Evidently, Columbus was a failure. But the search for a route to India could not be laid aside, for wealth untold was waiting there for the fortunate country that could open commerce with the East. King John II of Portugal had begun to make ready to send out an expedition by water to find India and the kingdom of Prester John, when, in 1495, he died. His successor, King Manuel, was determined to carry out these plans, and almost the first exercise of his royal power was to order the completion of preparations. The Editor. The king, Dom Manuel, at once gave orders for the completion of the ships which Dom John had commenced, and directed that they should be as strong and serviceable as possible. The sailors who had gone on a previous expedition were collected, and the ships were supplied with double the usual amount of sails and tackling, as well as with artillery, munitions, and provisions, including all sorts of fruits, especially preserves for the use of the sick, nor were priests for confession forgotten. Rich merchandise, and gold and silver articles, goblets, swords and daggers, shields and spears, all highly ornamented, fit to present to the rulers of the countries to be visited, were also collected. All the slaves to be found who could speak Eastern languages were purchased, that they might act as interpreters. The king, having made these preparations, had next to fix on a leader for the expedition. Among the cavaliers who attended his court was one who had already seen much service at sea, Vasco da Gama, a man of noble lineage, son of Estevão da Gama, formerly controller of the household of King Dom Alfonso. The king, summoning Vasco into his presence, offered him the command of the squadron he proposed sending out to discover a way to the East Indies by sea. The cavalier at once gladly accepted the honourable charge, saying at the same time that he had an elder brother named Paulo da Gama, whom he requested the king to appoint as captain major to carry the royal standard. The king, pleased with his modesty, and satisfied that he was a man especially fitted for the undertaking, granted him his request, but desired that he himself should carry out all the arrangements for the expedition. Paulo, in consequence of a quarrel with the chief magistrate of Lisbon, had been compelled to quit the city. He was summoned back, and a free pardon granted him. The 2 brothers, having selected a particular friend, Nicolau Coelho, to command one of the ships, the 3, without loss of time, set to work to prepare them for the voyage. They were named respectively the Saint Miguel, the Saint Gabriel, and Saint Raphael. The crews were at once directed to learn the arts of carpenters, rope makers, caulkers, blacksmiths, and plank makers, receiving additional pay as an encouragement, while they were furnished with all the tools necessary for their crafts. Da Gama also selected the most experienced masters and pilots, who now, instead of being guided by their charts, would have to depend upon their own sagacity, their compasses and lead lines for running down strange coasts and entering hitherto unknown harbors. To save the officers and trained seamen as much as possible from risking their lives, Da Gama begged the king to order 6 men who had been condemned to death to be put on board each ship, that they might be sent ashore in dangerous regions, or left in certain places to acquire a knowledge of the language and habits of the people. These cutthroat gentlemen were, as may be supposed, afterwards a source of no small trouble and anxiety to the commanders of the ships. The preparations for the voyage being completed, the king and queen, with their court and many of the nobles of the land, assembled in the Cathedral of Lisbon to hear mass and bid farewell to the gallant explorers. The 3 captains, richly dressed, advanced to the curtain behind which the royal family had sat during the service, and dropping on their knees, kissed their sovereign's hand, and expressed their readiness to expend their lives in the important undertaking with which he had entrusted them. They, then, mounting their horses, and accompanied by numerous nobles and gentlemen, as well as by a procession of priests and monks, with tapers in their hands, chanting a litany, to which a great concourse of people uttered responses, rowed down to the harbour. The king went with them in his barge as they joined their several ships, bestowing on them his blessing, and earnestly praying that they might enjoy a prosperous voyage and return home in safety. Vasco da Gama embarked in the Saint Rafael, Paulo in the Saint Gabriel, and Nicolau Coelho in the Saint Miguel. The ships were all of the same size, measuring about 120 tons, and each carrying about 80 persons, officers and men. They were accompanied by a store ship of 200 tons, under the command of Gonçalo Nunes, which was to continue with them only a part of the way, and to supply them with provisions and stores. It was on Saturday, the 8th of July, 1497, the anchors being weighed and the sails loosed, that Vasco da Gama proceeded down the Tagus on his memorable voyage. He first steered so as to reach the Cape de Verde Islands, where he had ordered the ships to rendezvous in case of separation. Having sighted the African coast, they again stood out to the westward, meeting with a heavy gale, against which they had to beat for several days, until the crews were almost worn out, and the ships received no little damage. Being separated, as it was expected would be the case, they all steered for the Cape de Verde, where Paulo da Gama, Coelho, Dias, and Nunes rejoined one another, but the captain-major had not arrived. At length his ship made her appearance, when, to show their joy, they saluted him with salvos from their artillery, for fears had been entertained that he was lost. Having taken in water and repaired the damaged spars and rigging, they again sailed. Here Dias parted from his friends to proceed on his separate voyage. After battling with wind and waves for 5 months, they entered a bay to which the name of St. Helena was given. Here they set up an astrolabe of wood 3 spans in diameter, which they mounted on as many poles in the manner of shears, to ascertain the sun's altitude. While Vasco da Gama was thus employed with his pilots, he observed behind a hill 2 negroes, apparently gathering herbs. He immediately ordered his people to surround them, which they did, one being caught. As the poor captive was too frightened to understand the signs made, the captain-major sent for 2 negro boys from his ship, and made them sit by him and eat and drink, to banish his fears. At length the negro appeared to have overcome his alarm, on which da Gama induced him to point out by signs where his people were to be found. having given him a cap and some beads and bells, the captain-major ordered him to be set at liberty, making signs to him to return to his companions and tell them that if they would come, they would receive similar articles. The negro, fully comprehending what was desired, set off, and returned with a dozen men, to whom various presents were made. They appeared, however, not to value articles of gold and silver and spices. The next day, upward of 40 more came, and were so familiar that a man-at-arms named Fernando Veloso begged permission to accompany them and obtain more information about their country. While he was gone, Coelho remained on shore to look after the crews, who were collecting wood and catching lobsters, while da Gama, not to be idle, went in chase of some young whales. Having speared a whale, the rope being made fast to the bow of the boat, the animal in its struggles nearly upset her, but fortunately running into shallow water, offered no further resistance. As it was getting late in the day, the boats were about to return to the ships, when, just as they were shoving off, Vasco da Gama saw Fernando Veloso, who was somewhat of a braggadocio, coming rapidly down the hill, looking every now and then behind him. On this, the captain-major directed Coelho, whose boat was nearest, to pull in and take him off. The sailors, however, for the sake of frightening Fernando, rowed on slowly. Before he reached the beach, 2 negroes sprang out and seized him, when, as matters were becoming serious, some sailors leaping on shore struck right and left at Fernando's assailants, in a way which brought blood from their noses. Perceiving how their companions were being treated, a number of other negroes rushed out, very nearly catching the boaster, and began throwing stones and shooting arrows at Coelho's boat. Fearing that matters might grow serious, Vasco da Gama rowed in to try and pacify the natives. But before he could do so, he received an arrow through his leg, and the master of the Saint Gabriel and 2 seamen were also wounded. Finding that nothing could induce the natives to be friendly, and Veloso having been rescued, Vasco da Gama ordered the boats to return to the ship, and then sent back a party of crossbowmen to chastise the savages. No information about the cape or the people had been gained, for Fernando could only describe the dangers he had encountered. Accordingly, the anchors were weighed and the squadron stood out to sea. The wind, however, blew hard from the southward, while tremendous waves rose up, threatening destruction to the vessels, and, as they could only sail on a bowline, they continued for many days standing off land. They then tacked and stood back, when once more they out about close-hauled, so that they at length reached a far southern latitude. The heavy sea still running, and the wind blowing harder than ever, the crews suffered greatly. Still, the captain-major insisted on continuing his course. Once more tacking and making the land, the masters and pilots became much alarmed from seeing it extend away to the west, and they declared that it went across the sea and had no end to it. Vasco da Gama, on hearing of their complaints, assured them that the cape was near, and that by making another tack on their return they would find that they had doubled it. He accordingly ordered the ships to be put about, doing his utmost to raise the sinking courage of his companions. On the ship sailed, day after day, in spite of the heavy winds and seas. He himself took no repose, sharing the hardships his men were enduring, never failing to come on deck, as they did, at the sound of the boatswain's pipe. The terrified and disheartened crews of the several ships clamoured loudly to return to Portugal, but their captains told them that they had resolved to follow the fortunes of their leader. At length the pilots and masters entreated Vasco da Gama to tack back again, on the plea that the days were short, the nights long, and the vessels leaky, while the winds blew strongly, and cold rain and sleet came beating in their faces. He accordingly ordered the ships to be put about, declaring at the same time, should he find that they had not weathered the cape, he should again tack, as he would never turn back until he had accomplished his object. The weather now happily began to moderate, and the crews, believing that they were approaching the land, their spirits rose. Vasco da Gama's wish was to keep close hold, but at night, when he was asleep, the pilot kept away, hoping thus to ease the ship and more quickly to get sight of land. As the admiral carried a huge lantern at the poop, the others followed, each showing a light one to another. Finding that they did not make the land, they were convinced that their great object was accomplished. The dreaded Cape of Storms, now joyfully called the Cape of Good Hope, doubled. So it was, and Vasco da Gama had established for himself a name imperishable on the page of history. With great joy they praised God for delivering them from the dangers to which they had been exposed. Sailing free, with all canvas spread, they one morning sighted a range of lofty mountains, their peaks touching the clouds, at which, falling on their knees, they returned thanks to heaven. Though they ran on all day, they were yet unable to reach the land till the evening. At night they continued along the coast, which here trended from west to east. During the night they sailed on under single canvas to the eastward. They passed several large bays and rivers, from which fresh water came forth with powerful currents. They also found many fish, which they killed with spears. A bright lookout was kept in the foretop for shoals which might be ahead, while pilots hove the lead, but found no bottom. At night they stood offshore under easy sail. Thus for 3 days they ran on, until they discovered the mouth of a large river, when, shortening sail, they entered it, a boat going before and sounding. At length they came to an anchor. Here they found good fishing, but no beach was to be seen, rocks and crags forming the shore. Vasco da Gama and Coelho then went on board Paulo's ship, where the 3 captains dined together and talked cheerfully over the dangers they had encountered and their prospects for the future. The captain major next day sent Coelho up the river in a boat, but after proceeding 20 leagues, finding no inhabitants, he returned, and the ships got up their anchors, and aided by the current, their boats towing, they sailed once more into the open ocean. They now continued their course along the land, entering several other great rivers and bays, but meeting with no one on shore, nor any boats at sea, and keeping all the time a good lookout, so as not to run on the rocks or on shoals. As the country appeared to be unpeopled, the captain major determined to enter no more rivers. All day long they ran on, in sight of the shore, in the hope of, at length, seeing some towns and villages, and at night they stood away to sea, shortening sail. After being becalmed for some time, another heavy gale rose, and, fearful of being driven on shore, they again stood off land. When they had got, as they supposed, far enough out, they sent down the loftier spars, secured the lower masts and yards with additional stays, and, with all canvas furled except their foresails, prepared to weather the storm. On finding the fierce wind which began to blow, the pilot and master urged the captain major, for fear the ships should founder, to run back along the coast, and enter the river which they had before discovered. But he replied that he would not allow such words to be spoken, for, as he was going over the bar at Lisbon, he had sworn not to turn back a single foot of the way he had once gained, and whoever should dare to counsel such a proceeding should be hove overboard. Notwithstanding that the tempest increased, he he remained firm. The gale now blew from one quarter, now from another. At times the wind fell, but the sea continued tossing about with such power that the ships, laboring severely, were in great danger, now lurching on one side, now on another, while the men had to secure themselves from being washed overboard or dashed along the decks. As yet, things had not grown to their worst. It became difficult even to work the pumps, while the water came in, both from above and below, and many of the crew sank and died. Again the pilots and masters of the other vessels urged their captains to put back, but they received the same answer as before, that as long as Vasco da Gama set the example, they could not accede to their request, while he declared that even should he see 100 die before his eyes, return he would not, for that by so doing they would lose all their labors. He reminded them that having already doubled the Cape of Storms, they were in that region in which India was to be discovered. Trust in God, he will deliver us, he added. Notwithstanding the brave words of their leader, the seamen continued to clamor. But even though the sea began to go down and the wind to abate, and the ships were able to get nearer each other, the crews with loud cries insisted that they should seek for some harbor where they might be repaired. On this, Vasco da Gama swore by the life of the king that from that spot he would not turn back a span's breadth until they had obtained the information they had come to seek. So it was that Vasco da Gama worked his way up the eastern coast of Africa. The St. Miguel was so badly injured that it had to be abandoned, but he pressed on, and at length some native pilots were found who agreed to guide him to India. The next selection describes his reception by the king in Calicut. The editor. End of section 128. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 129 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Angelique Campbell. The World's Story, Volume 5. Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 129. How Portugal Opened Commerce with India. 1498. By Jules Verne. In May 1498, Vasco da Gama, after making the first voyage around Africa, anchored his vessels 6 miles below Calicut. The editor. The enthusiasm on board was great. At last, they arrived in those rich and wonderful countries. Fatigue, dangers, sickness, all were forgotten. The object of their long labors was attained, or rather, it seemed to be so, but there was still needed the possession of the treasures and rich productions of India. Scarcely were the anchors dropped when 4 boats came from off the shore, performing evolutions around the fleet and apparently inviting the sailors to disembark. But da Gama, rendered cautious by the occurrences at Mozambique and Mombaz, sent on shore one of the criminals who were on board to act as a scout, ordering him to walk through the town and endeavor to ascertain the temper of its inhabitants. Surrounded by an inquisitive crowd, assailed by questions to which he could not reply, this man was conducted to the house of a Moor named Miguel, who spoke Spanish, and to whom he gave a short account of the voyage of the fleet. Miguel returned with him on board, and his first words on setting foot on the ship were, "Good luck! Good luck! Quantities of rubies! Quantities of emeralds!" Whereupon Miguel was at once engaged as interpreter. The king of Calicut was at this time at a distance of 45 miles from his capital, so the captain major dispatched 2 men to announce the arrival of an ambassador from the King of Portugal, being the bearer of letters to him from his sovereign. The king at once sent a pilot, with orders to take the Portuguese ships into the safer roadstead of Pandorani, and promised to return himself on the morrow to Calicut. This he did, and ordered his intendant, or Catawal, to invite da Gama to land and open negotiations. In spite of the supplications of his brother Paul da Gama, who represented to him the dangers which he might incur, and those to which his death would expose the expedition, the captain major set out for the shore, upon which an enormous crowd of people were awaiting him. The idea that they were in the midst of a Christian population was so rooted in the minds of all the members of the expedition that da Gama, on passing by a pagoda on the way, entered it to perform his devotions. One of his companions, however, Juan de Sa, noticing the hideous pictures on the walls, was less credulous, and whilst throwing himself upon his knees, said aloud, "If that be a devil, I intend nevertheless to adore only the true God," a mental reservation which caused amusement to the admiral. Near the gates of the town the crowd was even more closely packed. Da Gama and his companions, under the guidance of the Catawal, had some difficulty in reaching the palace, where the king, who in this narrative is called the Zamorin, was awaiting him with extreme impatience. Ushered into halls splendidly decorated with silken stuffs and carpets, and in which burned the most exquisite perfumes, the Portuguese found themselves in the presence of the Zamorin. He was magnificently attired, loaded with jewels, the pearls and diamonds which he wore being of extraordinary size. The king ordered refreshments to be served to the strangers, and permitted them to be seated, a peculiar mark of favor in a country where the sovereign is usually only addressed with the most lowly prostrations. The Zamorin afterwards passed into another apartment, to hear with his own ears, as was proudly demanded by da Gama, the reasons for the embassy and the desire felt by the King of Portugal to conclude a treaty of commerce and alliance with the King of Calicut. The Zamorin listened to da Gama's discourse, and replied that he should be happy to consider himself the friend and brother of King Emmanuel, and that he would, by the aid of da Gama, send ambassadors to Portugal. There are certain proverbs of which the force is not affected by change of latitude, and the truth of that one which says, "The days succeed each other and have no similarity," was proved the next day at Calicut. The enthusiasm which had been aroused in the mind of the Zamorin by the ingenious discourse of da Gama, and the hope it had awakened of the establishment of a profitable trade with Portugal, vanished at the sight of the presents which were to be given him. 12 pieces of striped cloth, 12 cloaks with scarlet hoods, 6 hats, and 4 branches of coral, accompanied by a box containing 6 large basins, a chest of sugar, and 4 kegs, 2 filled with oil and 2 with honey, certainly did not constitute a very magnificent offering. At the sight of it, the Prime Minister laughed, declaring that the poorest merchant from Mecca brought richer presents, and that the king would never accept such ridiculous trifles. After this affront, da Gama again visited the Zamorin, but it was only after long waiting in the midst of a mocking crowd that he was admitted to the presence of the king. The latter reproached him in a contemptuous manner for having nothing to offer him, while pretending to be the subject of a rich and powerful king. Da Gama replied with boldness, and produced the letters of Emmanuel, which were couched in flattering terms and contained a formal promise to send merchandise to Calicut. The Zamorin, pleased at this prospect, then inquired with interest about the productions and resources of Portugal, and gave permission to da Gama to disembark and sell his goods. But this abrupt change in the humor of the Zamorin was not at all agreeable to the Moorish and Arab traders, whose dealings made the prosperity of Calicut. They could not look on quietly whilst foreigners were endeavoring for their own advantage to turn aside the commerce which had been hitherto entirely in their hands. They resolved, therefore, to leave no stone unturned to drive away, once for all, these formidable rivals from the shores of India. Their first care was to gain the ear of the Catoual. Then they painted in the blackest colors these insatiable adventurers, these bold robbers, whose only object was to spy out the strength and resources of the town, that they might return in force to pillage it and to massacre those who should venture to oppose their designs. Upon arriving at the roadstead of Pandarani, da Gama found no boat to take him off to the ships, and was forced to sleep on shore. The Catoual never left him, continually seeking to prove to him the necessity of bringing the ships nearer to the land, and when the admiral positively refused to consent to this, he declared him to be his prisoner. He had very little idea as yet of the firmness of da Gama's character. Some armed boats were sent to surprise the ships, but the Portuguese, having received secret intelligence from the admiral of all that had happened, were on their guard, and their enemies dared not use open force. Da Gama, still a prisoner, threatened the Catoual with the anger of the Zamorin, whom he imagined could never thus have violated the duties of hospitality. But, seeing that his menaces produced no effect, he tried bribery, presenting the minister with several pieces of stuff, who thereupon at once altered his demeanor. "If the Portuguese," said he, "had but kept the promise they had made to the king of disembarking their merchandise, the admiral would long ago have returned on board his ships." Da Gama at once sent an order to bring the goods to land, opened a shop for their sale, of which the superintendence was given to Diego Diaz, brother to the discoverer of the Cape of Good Hope, and was then allowed to go back to his ships. The Mussulmans placed obstacles in the way of the sale of the merchandise by depreciating its value. Da Gama sent his agent, Diaz, to the Zamorin to complain of the perfidy of the Moors and of the bad treatment to which he had been subjected, requesting at the same time permission to move his place of sale to Calicut, where he hoped that the goods would be more easily disposed of. This request was favorably received, and friendly relations were maintained, in spite of the Moorish intrigues, until the 10th of August, 1498. On that day, Diaz went to announce da Gama's impending departure to the king, reminding him of his promise to send an embassy to Portugal, and asking him to allow da Gama a specimen of each of the productions of the country. These were to be paid for on the first sale of goods, which should take place after the departure of the fleet, it being intended that the employees of the factory should remain at Calicut during da Gama's absence. The Zamorin, instigated by the Arab traders, not only refused to execute his promise, but demanded the payment of 600 seraphins as customs duty, ordering at the same time the seizure of the merchandise and making prisoners of the men employed in the factory. Such an outrage, such contempt for the rights of nations, called for prompt vengeance. But da Gama understood the art of dissimulation. However, on receiving a visit on board from some rich merchants, he detained them and sent to the Zamorin to demand an exchange of prisoners. The king's reply not being sent within the time specified by the admiral, the latter set sail and anchored at the distance of 16 miles from Calicut. After another fruitless attack by the Hindus, the two agents returned on board, and a portion of the hostages whom da Gama had secured were given up. Diaz brought back with him a curious letter from the Zamorin to the King of Portugal. It was written upon a palm leaf, and shall be quoted in all its strange laconicism, so different from the usual grandiloquence of the Oriental style. Vasco da Gama, a noble of thy palace, is come into my country, which I have permitted. In my kingdom there is much cinnamon, cloves, and pepper, with many precious stones. And what I desire from thy country is gold, silver, coral, and scarlet. Adieu. End of section 129.
Section 130 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 5, Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 130. The Speech of Vasco da Gama to the King of Calicut, 1498, by Luis de Camoëns. The Lusiad, from which the following extract is taken, was begun by Camoëns when in Africa fighting against the Moors. In one hand I carried the pen, in the other the sword, he says. Returning to Portugal, a satirical poem which he wrote exiled him to China. Here he completed the Lusiad. This poem pictures the exploits of Vasco da Gama, and also what is greatest and most beautiful in Portuguese history. Camoëns was at length permitted to return home, but his genius received little recognition, and the poet, whose writings are the glory of Portugal, died in extreme poverty. The Editor. The Regent ceased, and now with solemn pace the chiefs approach the regal hall of grace. The tapestried walls with gold were pictured o'er, and flowery velvet spread the marble floor. In all the grandeur of the Indian state, high on a blazing couch the monarch sat. With starry gems the purple curtains shined, and ruby flowers and golden foliage twined around the silver pillars. High o'erhead the golden canopy its radiance shed. Of cloth of gold the sovereign's mantle shone, and his high turban flamed with precious stone. Sublime and awful was his sapient mien, lordly his posture, and his brow serene. And hoary sire, submiss on bended knee, low bowed his head in India's luxury. A leaf, all fragrance to the glowing taste, before the king each little while replaced. The patriarch Brahman, soft and slow he rose, advancing now to lordly Gama bows, and leads him to the throne. In silent state the monarch's rod assigns the captain's seat. The Lucian train in humbler distance stand. Silent the monarch eyes the foreign band with awful mien, when valiant Gama broke the solemn pause, and thus majestic spoke. From where the crimson sun of evening laves his blazing chariot in the western waves, I come, the herald of a mighty king, and holy vows of lasting friendship bring to thee, O monarch, for resounding fame far to the west has borne thy princely name. All India's sovereign thou. Nor deem I sue, great as thou art, the humble suppliant's due. Whate'er from western Tagus to the Nile inspires the monarch's wish, the merchant's toil, from where the north star gleams o'er seas of frost to Ethiopia's utmost burning coast, whate'er the sea, whate'er the land bestows, in my great monarch's realm unbounded flows. Pleased thy high grandeur and renown to hear, my sovereign offers friendship's bands sincere. Mutual he asks them, naked of disguise, then every bounty of the smiling skies, showered on his shore and thine, in mutual flow shall joyful commerce on each shore bestow. Our might in war, what vanquished nations fell beneath our spear, let trembling Afric tell. Survey my floating towers, and let thine ear, dread as it roars, our battle thunder hear. If friendship then thy honest wish explore, that dreadful thunder on thy foes shall roar. Our banners o'er the crimson field shall sweep, and our tall navies ride the foamy deep, till not a foe against thy land shall rear th' invading bowsprit or the hostile spear. My king, thy brother, thus thy wars shall join, the glory his, the gainful harvest thine. End of section 130. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 131 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090, California, United States of America. Portugal Part III. The Last 4 Centuries. Historical note. The downfall of Portugal was at hand. Mismanagement lost her an Indian empire. Wealth and the possession of slaves encouraged love and luxury. Her young men either were slain in war or became immigrants to the colonies. The Jews were expelled, carrying with them intellect and ability as well as riches. The Inquisition was introduced, and last, King Sebastian set off on a crusade against the Moors of northern Africa and was slain. The kingdom then fell into the hands of Philip II of Spain. In 1640 it was recovered. A century later, the great earthquake destroyed Lisbon and more than 15,000 of its inhabitants. In the times following the French Revolution, Portugal hesitated, even at the bidding of Napoleon, to break friendship with her old ally, England, and he declared war against her. The royal family fled to Brazil. A few years later, Brazil declared herself independent. At the death of John VI, his second son, Pedro of Brazil, claimed also the sovereignty of Portugal, and meanwhile the younger son, Dom Miguel, seized the Portuguese crown. With the help of England, Dom Pedro's daughter, Maria, was placed upon the throne. In 1908, the reigning sovereign and his eldest son were assassinated. Not long afterwards, his second son, King Manuel, was driven from his throne by a revolution and forced to flee to England. In 1910, a republic was proclaimed. End of section 131. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 132 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story Volume 5. Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 132. The Departure of King Sebastian, 1578. An old Spanish ballad, translated by J. G. Lockhart. When King Sebastian was 21, he set off from Lisbon for a crusade against the Moors of Morocco. At the Battle of Kasr el-Kebir, he was defeated and slain. The Editor. It was a Lusitanian lady, and she was lofty in degree, was fairer none, nor nobler, in all the realm than she. I saw her that her eyes were red, as from her balcony they wandered o'er the crowded shore and the resplendent sea. Gorgeous and gay, in Lisbon's bay, with streamers flaunting wide, upon the gleaming waters Sebastian's galleys ride. His valorous armada, with never nobler sight, hath young Sebastian marshalled against the Moorish might. The breeze comes forth from the clear north, a gallant breeze there blows. Their sails they lift, then out they drift, and first Sebastian goes. May none withstand Sebastian's hand, God shield my king, she said. Yet pale was that fair lady's cheek, her weeping eyes were red. She looks on all the parting host, in all its pomp arrayed. Each pennon on the wind is tossed, each cognizance displayed. Each lordly galley flings abroad, above its armed prow, the banner of the cross of God, upon the breeze to flow. But one there is, whose banner, above the cross divine, a scarf upholds, with azure folds, of love and faith, the sign. Upon that galley stern ye see a peerless warrior stand. Though first he goes, still back he throws his eye upon the land. Albeit through tears she looks, yet well may she that formed a cry, was never seen a vassal mien so noble and so high. Albeit the lady's cheek was pale, albeit her eyes were red, may none withstand my true love's hand, God bless my knight, she said. There are 1,000 barons, all harnessed cap a pee, with helm and spear that glitter clear above the dark green sea. No lack of gold or silver, to stamp each proud device on shield or surcoat, nor of chains and jewelry of price. The seaman's cheers the lady hears, and mingling voices come, from every deck of glad rebeck, of trumpet and of drum. Who dare withstand Sebastian's hand? What more his gage may fling at young Sebastian's feet? She said. The Lord hath blessed my king. Philip II of Spain had objected strenuously to the crusade of King Sebastian. There are not so very many good deeds to Philip's credit, but this was certainly one of them. The undertaking was full of danger. There was more than a possibility that his nephew Sebastian would lose his life, and if this came to pass, Philip would have a good claim to the crown of Portugal. All he could accomplish, however, was to extort from Sebastian a promise that he would not venture into the interior of the country. After the death of Sebastian, there were 7 claimants to his throne. Philip was the winner of the prize, and in 1581 he was proclaimed King of Portugal. There were many who did not believe that King Sebastian was dead, and as one impostor after another appeared, claiming to be the lost sovereign, there was always a party ready to lend its support. In 1640, a carefully planned rebellion broke out. The result of it was that the Duke of Braganza, a descendant of the royal family, became king. The Editor. End of section 132. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 133 of Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 5. Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 133. The Earthquake at Lisbon, 1755. By Reverend Charles Davy. In 1755, Portugal was visited by a terrible earthquake. As Holmes put it, that was the year when Lisbon town saw the earth open and gulp her down. The Editor. There was never a finer morning seen that the 1st of November. The sun shone out in its full luster. The whole face of the sky was perfectly serene and clear, and not the least signal of warning of that approaching event which has made this once flourishing, opulent, and populous city a scene of the utmost horror and desolation, except only such as served to alarm, but scarcely left a moment's time to fly from the general destruction. It was on the morning of this fatal day, between the hours of 9 and 10, that I was set down in my apartment, just finishing a letter, when the papers and table I was writing on began to tremble with a gentle motion, which rather surprised me, as I could not perceive a breath of wind stirring. Whilst I was reflecting with myself what this could be owing to, but without having the least apprehension of the real cause, the whole house began to shake from the very foundation, which at first I imputed to the rattling of several coaches in the main street, which usually passed that way, at this time, from Belem to the palace. But on hearkening more attentively, I was soon undeceived, as I found it was owing to a strange, frightful kind of noise underground, resembling the hollow, distant rumbling of thunder. All this passed in less than a minute, and I must confess I now began to be alarmed, as it naturally occurred to me that this noise might possibly be the forerunner of an earthquake, as one I remembered which had happened about 6 or 7 years ago, in the island of Madeira, commenced in the same manner, though it did little or no damage. Upon this I threw down my pen and started upon my feet, remaining a moment in suspense, whether I should stay in the apartment or run into the street, as the danger in both places seemed equal, and still flattering myself that this tremor might produce no other effects than such inconsiderable ones as had been felt at Madeira. But in a moment I was roused from my dream, being instantly stunned with a most horrid crash, as if every edifice in the city had tumbled down at once. The house I was in shook with such violence that the upper stories immediately fell, and though my apartment, which was the first floor, did not share the same fate, yet everything was thrown out of its place in such a manner that it was with no small difficulty I kept my feet, and expected nothing less than to be soon crushed to death. As the walls continued rocking to and fro in the frightfulest manner, opening in several places, large stones falling down on every side from the cracks, and the ends of most of the rafters starting out from the roof. To add to this terrifying scene, the sky in a moment became so gloomy that I could now distinguish no particular object. It was an Egyptian darkness indeed, such as might be felt, owing, no doubt, to the prodigious clouds of dust and lime raised from so violent a concussion, and, as some reported, to sulphurous exhalations. But this I cannot affirm. However, it is certain I found myself almost choked for near 10 minutes. The narrator hastened out of the house, and through the narrow streets, where the buildings either were down or were continually falling, and climbed over the ruins of St. Paul's Church to get to the river's side, where he thought he might find safety. Here I found a prodigious concourse of people of both sexes, and of all ranks and conditions, among whom I observed some of the principal canons of the patriarchal church, in their purple robes and rochets, as these all go in the habit of bishops, several priests who had run from the altars in their sacerdotal vestments in the midst of their celebrating mass, ladies half dressed, and some without shoes, all these, whom their mutual dangers had here assembled as to a place of safety, were on their knees at prayers, with the terrors of death in their countenances, every one striking his breast and crying out incessantly, Misericordia, mo Dios! In the midst of our devotions, the second great shock came on, little less violent than the first, and completed the ruin of those buildings, which had been already much shattered. The consternation now became so universal that the shrieks and cries of Misericordia could be distinctly heard from the top of St. Catherine's Hill, at a considerable distance off, whither a vast number of people had likewise retreated. At the same time we could hear the fall of the parish church there, whereby many persons were killed on the spot, and others mortally wounded. You may judge of the force of this shock, when I inform you it was so violent that I could scarce keep on my knees. But it was attended with some circumstances still more dreadful than the former. On a sudden I heard a general outcry, The sea is coming in! We shall be all lost! Upon this, turning my eyes towards the river, which in that place is nearly 4 miles broad, I could perceive it heaving and swelling in the most unaccountable manner, as no wind was stirring. In an instant there appeared, at some small distance, a large body of water, rising as it were like a mountain. It came on foaming and roaring, and rushed towards the shore with such impetuosity that we all immediately ran for our lives as fast as possible. Many were actually swept away, and the rest above their waist in water at a good distance from the banks. For my own part, I had the narrowest escape, and should certainly have been lost, had I not grasped a large beam that lay on the ground, till the water returned to its channel, which it did almost at the same instant, with equal rapidity, as there now appeared at least as much danger from the sea as the land, and I scarce knew whither to retire for shelter. I took a sudden resolution of returning back, with my clothes all dripping, to the area of St. Paul's. Here I stood some time, and observed the ships tumbling and tossing about as in a violent storm. Some had broken their cables, and were carried to the other side of the Tagus. Others were whirled around with incredible swiftness. Several large boats were turned keel upwards, and all this without any wind, which seemed the more astonishing. It was at the time of which I am now speaking, that the fine new quay, built entirely of rough marble, at an immense expense, was entirely swallowed up, with all the people on it, who had fled thither for safety, and had reason to think themselves out of danger in such a place. At the same time, a great number of boats and small vessels anchored near it, all likewise full of people, who had retired thither for the same purpose, were all swallowed up, as in a whirlpool, and never more appeared. This last dreadful incident I did not see with my own eyes, as it passed 3 or 4 stones' throw from the spot where I then was, but I had the account as here given from several masters of ships who were anchored within 200 or 300 yards of the quay, and saw the whole catastrophe. One of them in particular informed me that when the second shock came on, he could perceive the whole city waving backwards and forwards, like the sea when the wind first begins to rise; that the agitation of the earth was so great, even under the river, that it threw up his large anchor from the mooring, which swam, as he termed it, on the surface of the water; that immediately upon this extraordinary concussion, the river rose at once near 20 feet, and in a moment subsided, at which instant he saw the quay, with the whole concourse of people upon it, sink down, and at the same time every one of the boats and vessels that were near it was drawn into the cavity, which he supposed instantly closed upon them, inasmuch as not the least sign of a wreck was ever seen afterwards. This account you may give full credit to, for as to the loss of the vessels, it is confirmed by everybody, and with regard to the quay, I went myself a few days after to convince myself of the truth, and could not even find the ruins of a place where I had taken so many agreeable walks, as this was the common rendezvous of the factory in the cool of the evening. I found it all deep water, and in some parts scarcely to be fathomed. This is the only place I could learn which was swallowed up in or about Lisbon, though I saw many large cracks and fissures, in different parts, and one odd phenomenon I must not omit, which was communicated to me by a friend, who has a house and wine cellars on the other side of the river, viz., that the dwelling house being first terribly shaken, which made all the family run out, there presently fell down a vast high rock near it. That upon this the river rose and subsided in the manner already mentioned, and immediately a great number of small fissures appeared in several contiguous pieces of ground, from whence there spouted out, like a jet d'eau, a large quantity of fine white sand to a prodigious height. It is not to be doubted the bowels of the earth must have been excessively agitated to cause these surprising effects. But whether the shocks were owing to any sudden explosion of various minerals mixing together, or to air pent up and struggling for vent, or to a collection of subterranean waters forcing a passage, God only knows. As to the fiery eruptions then talked of, I believe they were without foundation, though it is certain I heard several complaining of strong sulphurous smells, a dizziness in their heads, a sickness in their stomachs, and difficulty of respiration. Not that I felt any such symptoms myself. I had not been long in the area of St. Paul's when I felt the third shock, somewhat less violent than the two former, after which the sea rushed in again and retired with the same rapidity, and I remained up to my knees in water, though I had gotten upon a small eminence at some distance from the river, with the ruins of several intervening houses to break its force. At this time I took notice the waters retired so impetuously that some vessels were left quite dry, which rode in 7 fathom water. The river thus continued, alternately rushing on, and retiring several times together, in such sort that it was just dreaded Lisbon would now meet the same fate which a few years before had befallen the city of Lima. And no doubt had this place lain open to the sea, and the force of the waves not been somewhat broken by the winding of the bay, the lower parts of it at least would have been totally destroyed. The master of a vessel, which arrived here just after the 1st of November, assured me that he really concluded he had struck upon a rock, till he threw out the lead, and could find no bottom, nor could he possibly guess at the cause, till the melancholy sight of this desolate city left him no room to doubt of it. The two first shocks, in fine, were so violent that several pilots were of opinion the situation of the bar at the mouth of the Tagus was changed. Certain it is that one vessel, attempting to pass through the usual channel, foundered, and another struck on the sands, and was at first given over for lost, but at length got through. There was another great shock after this, which pretty much affected the river, but I think not so violently as the preceding, though several persons assured me that as they were riding on horseback in the great road leading to Belem, one side of which lies open to the river, the waves rushed in with so much rapidity that they were obliged to gallop as fast as possible to the upper grounds, for fear of being carried away. I was now in such a situation that I knew not which way to turn myself. If I remained there, I was in danger from the sea. If I retired farther from the shore, the houses threatened certain destruction, and at last I resolved to go to the Mint, which being a low and very strong building, had received no considerable damage, except in some of the apartments towards the river. The party of soldiers which is every day set there on guard had all deserted the place, and the only person that remained was the commanding officer, a nobleman's son of about 17 or 18 years of age, whom I found standing at the gate. As there was still a continued tremor of the earth, and the place where we now stood, being within 20 or 30 feet of the opposite houses, which were all tottering, appeared too dangerous, the courtyard being likewise full of water, we both retired inward to a hillock of stones and rubbish. Here I entered into conversation with him, and having expressed my admiration that one so young should have the courage to keep his post, when every one of his soldiers had deserted theirs, the answer he made was, though he was sure the earth would open and swallow him up, he scorned to think of flying from his post. In short, it was owing to the magnanimity of this young man that the Mint, which at this time had upwards of 2 millions of money in it, was not robbed. and indeed I do him no more than justice in saying that I never saw anyone behave with equal serenity and composure on occasions much less dreadful than the present. Perhaps you may think the present doleful subject here concluded, but alas! The horrors of the 1st of November are sufficient to fill a volume. As soon as it grew dark, another scene presented itself little less shocking than those already described. The whole city appeared in a blaze, which was so bright that I could easily see to read by it. It may be said without exaggeration it was on fire, at least in 100 different places at once, and thus continued burning for 6 days together, without intermission, or the least attempt being made to stop its progress. It went on consuming everything the earthquake had spared, and the people were so dejected and terrified that few or none had courage enough to venture down to save any part of their substance. Every one had his eyes turned towards the flames, and stood looking on with silent grief, which was only interrupted by the cries and shrieks of women and children calling on the saints and angels for succor, whenever the earth began to tremble, which was so often this night, and indeed I may say ever since, that the tremors, more or less, did not cease for a quarter of an hour together. I could never learn that this terrible fire was owing to any subterranean eruption, as some reported, but to 3 causes, which all concurring at the same time, will naturally account for the prodigious havoc it made. The 1st of November being All Saints' Day, a high festival among the Portuguese, every altar in every church and chapel, some of which have more than 20, was illuminated with a number of wax tapers and lamps as customary, these setting fire to the curtains and timber-work that fell with the shock. The conflagration soon spread to the neighboring houses, and being there joined with the fires in the kitchen chimneys, increased to such a degree that it might easily have destroyed the whole city, though no other cause had concurred, especially as it met with no interruption. But what would appear incredible to you, were the fact less public and notorious, is that a gang of hardened villains, who had been confined and got out of prison when the wall fell, at the first shock, were busily employed in setting fire to those buildings which stood some chance of escaping the general destruction. I cannot conceive what could have induced them to this hellish work, except to add to the horror and confusion that they might, by this means, have the better opportunity of plundering with security. But there was no necessity for taking this trouble, as they might certainly have done their business without it, since the whole city was so deserted before night that I believe not a soul remained in it except those execrable villains, and others of the same stamp. It is possible some among them might have had other motives besides robbing, as one in particular being apprehended, they say he was a Moor, condemned to the galleys, confessed at the gallows that he had set fire to the king's palace with his own hand, at the same time glorying in the action, and declaring with his last breath that he hoped to have burnt all the royal family. It is likewise generally believed that Mr. Bristow's house, which was an exceedingly strong edifice, built on vast stone arches, and had stood the shocks without any great damage further than what I have mentioned, was consumed in the same manner. The fire, in short, by some means or other, may be said to have destroyed the whole city, at least everything that was grand or valuable in it. With regard to the buildings, it was observed that the solidest in general fell the first. Every parish church, convent, nunnery, palace, and public edifice, with an infinite number of private houses, were either thrown down or so miserably shattered that it was rendered dangerous to pass by them. The whole number of persons that perished, including those who were burnt or afterwards crushed to death whilst digging in the ruins, is supposed, on the lowest calculation, to amount to more than 60,000, and though the damage in other respects cannot be computed, yet you may form some idea of it when I assure you that this extensive and opulent city is now nothing but a vast heap of ruins, that the rich and the poor are at present upon a level. Some thousands of families, which but the day before had been easy in their circumstances, being now scattered about in the fields, wanting every conveniency of life, and finding none able to relieve them. Section 133. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 134 of Italy, France, Spain and Portugal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World's Story, Volume 5. Italy, France, Spain and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 134. A Portuguese Shooting Party, 1880, by Oswald Crawfurd. If I describe a Portuguese shooting party, a caçada, I shall be accused by some grave and intolerant readers at home of wishing to make fun of a mode of sport which differs so entirely from our own ways of conducting these matters, but this is not so at all. Some thoughtful persons who love to go deeply into the philosophy of things may even think that the ethics of the chase are better apprehended in Portugal than at home. In England, to obtain 3 days of battue shooting in the year, we spend a little fortune in the wages of keepers and watchers, in preserving coverts, and in rearing birds. We go some way to corrupt the morals of a parish, and perhaps turn half a dozen idlers into felons. We make tenants discontented, moderate people dissatisfied at seeing wealth and labour so ill and unprofitably spent, the humanitarian world is shocked at an unnecessary slaughter, and the non-sporting world of thinkers are mortified to see their countrymen engaged in one other form of indefensible folly. We make, in short, a small local revolution, financial and social, to get 3 days of what is by general consent the very dullest, most monotonous and most unsatisfactory form of sport in the world. Nothing of this kind happens in Portugal. There has been no preparation whatever for the sport, there is no expense, and there can be no temptation to poaching where there is no artificial abundance of game. There is absolutely no seriousness about the matter at all. It is amusement and relaxation pure and simple that is sought for. There is no heart-burning between rival shots, no bribing of keepers, no favoritism, no ill will possible anywhere, and lastly, no unpleasantly heavy bag to carry home after a long day's walking. A dozen gentlemen agree to bring their dogs together, and a pack numbering 30 or 40 of all degrees, lurchers, terriers, greyhounds, and even pointers, is collected. Another dozen friends and acquaintances join the party. Among the whole of the gentlemen, 6 or 8 only carry guns. The rest sticks, the cow-sticks or quarter-staves, which are so much the badge of agriculturists of all classes, that even amateur rustics, gentlemen farmers on their holiday, seldom go afield without one. Then does the chase begin. Many such a one have I engaged in, and of many heard the incidents narrated in the fullest detail. In a long and vociferous line we range through the great pine forests or the chestnut woods, poking our sticks into the matted gorse and cistus, banging the tree trunks with resounding blows that echo among the hollow forest aisles. The dogs hunt a little, wrangle, bark, and fight a good deal, and would do so still more but for the occasional flight into their midst of a well-directed cow-stick. Nothing in the shape of game is seen. A brown wood-owl, indeed, flitting from an ivied oak-tree, is immediately christened a woodcock by some imaginative person, and is brought down, amidst shouts of laughter, by a short-sighted gentleman who holds up his eye-glass in explanation of his mistake. Another enthusiastic sportsman, walking by my side, stops me suddenly, pressing my arm with so much emphasis that I look to see some very large game indeed afoot. He points to a holly tree. "What is it?" I ask. "Hush!" with his finger across his lips, and he whispers in my ear, "A blackbird." My acquaintance is proceeding to a scientific stalk, but though the blackbird is legitimate game in Portugal, the party is too large, the dignity of the occasion too great, for the pursuit of such small deer. Responding to the loud remonstrances of every one present, my companion retires from the pursuit, while the blackbird takes wing and disappears with a shrill crowing call. In the meantime a great commotion is taking place in the centre of our line. Every man shouts out, "Quail you!" (rabbit), Every dog gives tongue, every stick is waved in the air, thumped on the ground, or thrown with random aim into the tall undergrowth. Several guns are fired off. Nothing is hit, not even a dog. I observe that the older and more sagacious of the pack, when the first frenzy of excitement is over, retire a yard or two from the coverts, and watch for what may come out, as a terrier watches at a rat hole. We all run to and fro madly, we charge and jostle each other, we scratch our faces in the bushes, we entangle our feet in the briars, and fall head over heels, we scream with excitement, we shout with laughter. As yet I have seen nothing, but presently I make out a little animal, which I should take for a very large rat if experience did not tell me it was a full-grown Portuguese rabbit, cantering in a leisurely manner towards two gentlemen with guns stationed on a neighbouring knoll, the only members of our party not in motion. These sportsmen cock their pieces, and aiming apparently at the points of their own boots, fire simultaneously. We run up and look to where the ground is still smoking for the body of the rabbit. We find nothing but the hole of the burrow over which these gentlemen were mounting guard, and into which the rabbit has safely escaped. We all stop for 10 minutes to argue, to recount, and laugh over the misadventure, then set off again through the unending forest glades. After this episode, a boy working at a saw pit offers to show us a hare half a mile away. We close with this offer, and eventually we shoot both hare and boy. The hare we bagged in a most literal sense, but the boy we only wounded very slightly, so slightly indeed that he recovered almost by magic from the fearful contortions of face and body which he was making when he was presented with a silver crown, and on being questioned volunteered to be shot in the same way at the same price once a day for the rest of his lifetime. At first I was seriously alarmed by his howls, and some of the 8 gentlemen with guns who had fired 16 barrels, more or less, in his direction, turned pale as possible murderers. The poor boy was an outsider, and his interested howls were no test of his courage. I am convinced that no one of our party would have made any fuss at all for a pellet or two. Indeed, under the excitement of the rare appearance of game, the fusillade at these hunts is so hot and so irregular that no man who cannot trust his nerves under fire should ever join a Portuguese casada. Still it is use and temperament that make men cool, and well as the Portuguese have shown that they can stand fire in more serious fields than those of sport, I do not quite think they could come up to the equanimity which I have myself seen displayed by an English gamekeeper. It is within my knowledge how, in a famous shooting country, an under-keeper was placed in the centre of a large wood to stop the birds. An Eton boy was among the shooters, and getting, as boys will, out of the regular line, and coming near to where the keeper was posted, he saw, glancing through the thick underwood, that person's brown gaitered legs. The boy, taking them for a hare, fired, but observing that the beast, as he thought, hopped away a short distance unhurt, he loaded his single-barreled gun and fired again, so continuing to load and fire in hot haste, the faithful servant dodging about a good deal among the bushes, but never actually deserting his post. At last the line of shooters and beaters came up. "Well, gentlemen," said the keeper, "I'm glad you've come at last. The little gentlemen have been a-pouring it into me terrible." As to the hare of which I said we begged her in a very literal sense, it happened in this way. We found her on her form, and she had not, I am sure, left it 2 yards before she was coursed and caught by the greyhounds, attacked by the lurchers, and shot by every one who had a gun. Consequently, she was killed before she had given any sport whatever. She made amends, however, afterwards. Among the pack was an ill-looking lurcher, whose bad character had caused remonstrances to be addressed to the owner by the other sportsmen. "Coitado! Poor dog!" said his possessor. "Let him come. He will be miserable if we leave him, and howl so that my wife will wish herself dead." He came and stuck to his master's heels the whole morning in the most exemplary manner. When the hare was killed, it was his master who carried her, holding her by the hind legs, and the dog, seeing his opportunity come, suddenly gripped the animal in his teeth, and held on with such force, as his master tried to pull it away, that presently the dog was left with the head, and the master with the body. Others of the pack, attracted by the noise, seized that part of the hare still held by the gentleman, and got it from him, while another detachment of dogs pursued the lurcher with the head in his mouth. Then began a novel kind of chase, with more shouting and flying about of quarter-staves, and laughing and tumbling down. Some of us tried to recover the body, some chased the head. We were very much out of breath before we again got together the two portions of the hare. "Bring the needle and thread," was called out. The needle and thread, necessities in this kind of sport, where the game is set upon by such packs. They were brought. The decapitated quarry was cleverly sewn together, the fur smoothed down, and then gravely insinuated into a narrow linen bag, also brought for the occasion. Then we pushed on again, and presently a volley from the whole force brought down a red-legged partridge. A little farther on, and the dogs started a fox in a thick piece of gorse. We shot him. Another volley at close quarters proved fatal to a woodcock, whose long bill was nearly all that remained to prove his identity and the straight shooting of the 8 gentlemen who had fired. Then came luncheon, and we fought all our battles over again, killing the slain many more times than thrice. Then we degenerated into politics, local chiefly, and election matters, just as we should have done at home. End of section 134. End of The World Story. A History of the World in Story, Song, and Art. Volume 5. Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Edited by Eva March Tappan.